think so.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our possibly, but fingers crossed, final session of the Gildmoor arc. Let's hope we don't do some fuck shit. Cheers!
Nah.
Cheers.
Something exploded!
Did you just spill?
Did you just exploded? Oh my god.
The stream can't see it, but we're all showing our cameras for this session. Y'all can't see it though.
Gone. Help!
What happened?
Allie just disappeared. This is a great start to the session. Anyways, let me stall because that's what I do best. I'm gonna stall. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. So today I went to Hollywood Studios and I streamed for. I've streamed for Viz and Rhett. Well,
Okay,
actually,
fucking vlogger.
I look like I pissed myself. I gotta wash my hands.
Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna talk in Ned's voice
hold on.
now.
Can somebody Swolf, can you please recap while I clean up the fact that my can exploded all over me?
Okay, Wolf. Alright. Okay. So, in last episode of Creations of Gildmoor, or, man, should I do this in Aurora's voice or my voice?
Roll a dice.
Do your voice, make it easier.
Okay, thank you. Unsure of how to face the monster that had torn apart the observatory and its scientists, you just not look at Meg right now. The group decided that Mirabelle would stealth into the room while Viz would create a distraction in order for them to save the Lockstone child that was hiding from the really freaky abomination. Using the wand of many sounds, Viz created a wolf howl that drew the monster's attention from the door to a corner of the room. Mirabelle then ran into the observatory and managed to avoid getting the monster's attention, and not only that, she was able to successfully yeet the child out of the room. Then Nev decided to shoot the monster. The monster charged the group, doing some nasty damage to Nev, Aurora, and Rhett. Aurora then teleported herself into the room, and Viz used heat metal to shut the door, which then locked Aurora in the room with the monster. Rhett used Misty Step to reappear into the room, and seeing that Aurora had a plan with the telescope, goaded the monster into running towards them, and Aurora then bashed its brains out. The rest of the group was able to slowly make their way into the room. Viz did a funny little dance with Thunderwave and destroyed the door. Cecilia tried to cast a spell on the monster, but it was revealed that the monster had counterspell. Mirabelle had been frightened.
You're doing great.
Cool.
I'll take it over for you. I'm no longer covered in shit. Okay! You're doing great, though. Yeah, it used an ability that allowed it to use counterspell. You're not sure what it was. Definitely not a particular spell casting a component or traditional counterspell, but perhaps it's a mystery for another time. Luckily, though, you all were able to eventually kill the monster with a combined effort on both ends to work around its magical defenses and use some of the landscape to your advantage. Rhett was able to eventually deal the final blow to reveal that the inside of the monster was also filled with Nithli, not too dissimilar to the Wendigo you had fought not long ago. It took some time, but you cleared through the area and saw, with the help from Cecilia's Detect Thoughts, to watch the events that led into the massacre from the point of view of the small little Loxodon, Bessa. You saw an apprentice of the brass wrench alongside a man that Mirabelle you were able to identify as a member of the Allery Syndicate, Sickle. The apprentice dropped a small birdcage, which unleashed the monster that caused the rampage. Luckily, Bessa was able to stay behind the desk, but everybody else was slaughtered. Cecilia, Nev, Mirabelle, you piece together that the Allery Syndicate and the brass wrench are somehow working together, but the motive behind attacking the observatory is still unknown. You got the guards, were able to get ahead a detective who went by Sergeant Brassbutton to come to the observatory and figure out what had happened, and as well as find a solution for the little Loxodon Bessa. And Nev, you went to the hospital and encountered a doctor that had originally worked with Sketch. The doctor was originally from Ayabesh, but did go to school with Sketch, and was able to remove the curse from around your pendant. That resulted in you being freed from whatever was quickly taking hold of you. Where we leave off is this strange middle ground that I ask you all what you would like to do next for, because you have a lot of clues at your disposal. You have an attack on an observatory, a mission from Sketch, and the whole city of Westover. That a lot of it has yet to be explored. So, how would you all like to begin today's session?
I kind
So
of
it's
want to
still-
go exploring. Sorry.
It's still evening, right? Because Nevin Viz just got back. Or do we have a... We haven't done a rest yet, right?
You have not taken a rest. Nev and Viz have just left the hospital. You guys were kind of clearing up the observatory, and I believe you all were going back to Viz's apartment. But you tell me what you guys want to do.
Probably
Wait.
apartment, because we've all been beat to shit.
What
Or at
were
least-
you saying? What were you saying, Julep?
After the rest, I kind of want to go exploring.
You want to go explore? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and we have to get the answer back to Sketch on if we're going to take her up on the mission or not.
yeah.
Probably should rest, then do that, or do that, then rest.
Plus, doesn't Viz need to check in with his boss at some point?
I gotta
Yeah.
talk to my boss.
Interestingly, you know that the workday will be over by now, Viz. We're nearing that later half of the day. And you know your boss probably isn't in office anymore. When the days end, he dips and tends to prefer to do his work at home. But maybe you could figure out where he lives or check in at the Golden Herald to see if anyone's still there. It's up to you.
What time do we have to meet Sketch the next day? Is it...
They told you the morning.
Okay.
It's probably we can... Fuzzy. Probably check in with her. Check in with them. Well, would be better just to talk to them now and say that we're going to do the...
Could anyone just send a message saying that we're gonna do it?
Does anyone know a message?
You remember that Sketch told you kind of like be there or be squared. You don't have to tell them. They're just gonna go,
okay.
and whether you agree to go or not is up to you.
There you go. That's the answer from
maybe
the
then just
mighty God
go-
above the sky.
So let's just go back to Viz's place and rest.
Mm-hmm. And then Viz, are you gonna? Viz tries to find boss for the time being.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So are you all returning to Viz's apartment, or are you splitting the party?
Viz gotta open the door.
Yeah, we kind of...
Did we get like a time in the morning? Because Viz could just like probably run to his boss's place before or something.
You didn't get a time. You just heard like around not too long after dawn. Like she's leaving first thing.
Oh, okay. Well, Viz will go back to rest, and then he'll try to find his boss after that.
Okay. So you get on a train and you head. You get on the bullet train, the one that takes you through town. Let me just pull up a map of Westover here.
All of us looking beat to hell.
Maps and places.
All of us, aka Aurora.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
Quad in half.
So, Viz, your office is in a very, very lucrative part of Westover. You actually live on the north end of Midtown. Centertown is where all the like main attractions of Westover are, which includes the halls of Guardhalia and a couple other big ticket places. But you live in Midtown, which is the financial district of Westover. It's a slightly lower position than Centertown because the city does float. So it's Centertown. The directly under it would be Midtown, and then like just to the right and under it, you would have the East End, and then the North Bend would be just lower than that. And then wrapping up underneath would be Port Liberty, which almost touches the water, leading into the ocean. You live in Midtown, which is the second highest point in town. As you take the train there, it's not too far from where you currently are, and you guys exit out into these massive condominiums. Like, big financial district buildings. 10 or 11 stories each that kind of tower over one another. As you get there, you do see that in one part of the section, there's a road that turns into a Y shape. And right in the middle of that corner crested Y shape, you see the lights off as it is much after later in the evening now. As you get off, you could see the arcane projector kind of buzzing that just is replaying flashes and headlines from the news. That is your office building that you do not live that far from. You see the large sign that reads the Golden Herald right in the middle of this kind of cone-shaped building in the center of this road split made of this beautiful white stone. You take a right and you head to like the northern part of Midtown, where you see residential buildings made of brownstones and redstone buildings, these kind of like crested townhomes stacked on top of each other before you get to a condominium. Viz, if you wouldn't mind describing the building that you live in.
I gotta find the outside of that building again.
That's a white building.
I know it was like a white building with like a lot of arches near the top, with like where the roof would go to a point is like kind of goes up and then it goes to a flat portion, and then there's like a bunch of windows, so there's like skylights. I don't know the type of architecture. It's like
You don't have to be
like
specific.
Gothic.
I just want to describe it a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of gothic.
Yeah, it's like Gothic, but like not dark and gritty.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you approach, you see that there is a what looks to be a dwarven man standing by the door. He's got a red hat on his head around these this big strawberry blonde hair that kind of is braided around the back nicely, and a well-groomed beard that kind of comes to a tip. He's wearing this jacket with these padded shoulders with this gold trimming, and he opens the door for you. His name tag says Hloen, but you know that this is the bellhop Hloen that you have known for a very long time. And he tips his hat to you and he goes, Viz, it's good to see you.
Hey, Chloe, it's good to see you too after the 2 weeks I had.
My goodness, it's been some time. How are you doing?
Well, better. I guess you could say better.
They work you too hard. Well, are these your friends?
Yeah. Well, Nev. Yeah.
Fantastic.
And yeah.
I already added up those two charming ladies that came by earlier. They just went up ahead and had a key to your building and everything, so I just let them in.
Right, yeah, they're with us too. Thank you.
Anytime. Have a good night, all of you.
Thank you.
You guys step into a lobby that looks like something that came out of... Honestly, it looks like the lobby in Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. Like that. That's just what it looks like, with the big chandelier that hangs and the marble floors. There is a floating escalator that none of you have... You've never seen anything like this before. But it goes up a level. It's like stairs that kind of move on their own, and you could tell they're powered by some kind of magical device, but they separate the lobby into two heights, one on the main floor and then another lobby upstairs, where you can see that people are going into two separate wings of the building. Viz, you live in the east wing. So as you guys kind of take the escalator up, you look to the right and there's a elevator, like a real magically arcane powered elevator. There are stairs, but you live on one of the top floors, so you'd probably rather not climb 11 flights of stairs. You can see that as the doors, they open and close on their own naturally, and you have 7 or 8 seconds to get into the elevator before it shuts. But if you hold your hand out, it'll pause and the whole elevator system will stop. So they go one by one, almost like a, the word would be a modern day carousel. Like one of the big, oh no, not a carousel, a modern day Ferris wheel, sorry, almost. Where they get on, people get in, it stops, and then it slowly begins to move. Much more convenient than the stairs.
If people are getting in there and they don't do the hand thing, Viz is just gonna be like, all right, we only have like a couple of seconds to get in this elevator. You need to get in it like right when I jump in, all right? It'll leave you behind.
All right.
All right, everyone get ready. All right, it's opening, and he jumps in.
They burst into the thing.
Do all of you jump in?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Can we make a group dexterity check,
Oh,
please, to have all of you
no.
try and dive into the elevator at the same time?
God. Is that a dexterity check or saving throw?
Check.
That's a 16 for me.
All right, the rest of you?
Oh shit, we're making a check. Oh,
This is
Jesus,
the
Meg.
general dex.
We're
General
all
dex.
diving into the.
Can you guys just make the check and just tell me if you get below a 10?
I didn't get below 10.
I got a 19. No, wait. Yeah, 19.
Who got below 10? Who's the one who fucked up?
Anybody get below 10?
I got a
Nope.
1.
You got a 1.
I got a 20. Does it cancel out?
You all begin to like pile in. Coraline, you're really nervous. You've never seen something this magical before, so you kind of like go to climb in, and you stumble a little on your way in, and Cecilia reaches out and yanks you by your coat and actually pulls you in right as the door shuts, and you guys begin to move. I don't know. You're not sure what would have happened,
in
but maybe you would have been left behind. Who knows?
Okay, someone needs to explain this to me once we finally get on solid ground and nothing too magical that I can't deal with.
Viz takes
don't-
off his hat willingly now, and he like starts fanning himself. He's like, "Oh, it's always so fucking hard to get in this damn thing."
Just don't move around too much, Coraline. You might fall through.
How tight is this? Like, do we have space in it, or are we kind of like all squished together?
It's spacious.
Okay. Or we're just kind of like standing awkwardly in the corner, just like. Because I don't know if she's ever seen anything like this before.
Fair enough.
Like,
You guys,
she's just like, okay.
you guys watch as slowly
Do we
you
see
begin
anything?
to move up.
Oh,
The doors open
I was
at
about
2,
to-
they open at 3, they open at 4. Viz doesn't get out, so you assume that you don't get out. All the way up to the 11th floor, the last floor. You hear a ding and a voice
you
over the
weren't
speaker.
lying. You weren't lying when you said you were on the top floor.
Yeah.
On that last floor, you hear a voice that's been echoing throughout the elevator, almost programmed through a tiny little device in the top corner of the elevator go, last stop, 11th floor.
Do we need to jump off the elevator now?
No, not for this one. And then he holds out his hand to hold the door open. I don't know why it works here. I don't know why.
Insight check.
Make an insight check.
In.
Viz, make a deception check. Isn't your fucking deception like a dirty 20 by default?
No, I just anything below a 10 is immediately like 10. So if I got a nat 1, it'd be a 10.
Got you.
But I got a nat 20, so 26.
Fuck you.
Yeah, crazy. Weird the way these magical
Yeah,
things work.
whoa.
You guys exit out, and you realize that there's quite literally only like 6 units on this floor, and it's a massive hallway, so they're really spaced out. And Viz, you go head down to Unit 5, which is your unit. You pull open the door. As you do so, please describe to everybody what Viz's penthouse apartment looks like.
Okay, so the walls are like this kind of light blue, mostly like a white color. Immediately going into the left is the kitchen area with like all this kind of stainless steel looking thing. It might not be stainless steel, I don't know. There's a lot of cabinets and like a big washing sink in it. Going near that is like this big island that has a big fish tank on it. There's a huge fish tank on it. And then in front of that is like a little living room area with a fireplace and like a couch next to that with a living room and like a big like window that goes from, I'd say, probably halfway up your calf to like the top of the ceiling is just a huge window to look outside. You just want me to describe everything, or should I just describe like that's it?
What they can see at the present.
Oh, then yeah, and then like to the right when you walk through the door, there is a door that is supposedly a closet.
As you enter, you also have a pretty interesting sight. For starters, Ginny and Bridget have made themselves quite comfortable here. There's this couch in the center of the room. It's in the center of the room, right? I'm not tripping.
It's like in the back corner of the room,
Yeah,
but
back
it's
corner.
like looking out the window.
Right. On the couch, Ginny is lounging. She has one arm up. Her vestments, she's wearing just her standard vestments, but she's unhooked a couple things on them, so it's just a complete crop top around the middle, and just like what looks to be like a sports bra, essentially, like cropped around like the top of her chest. And they look like sweatpants. Like, they don't look like vestments. They look like she's wearing these white and gold and red vestments that turn into like these sweatpants. And she's sitting on the couch. She's grabbed a bag of what looked to be like some kind of really crunchy food, and is like fully munching on them. There is your crystal in the middle of the room, which is like a small little projection arcane device that wealthy people in Westover have that projects the news. And she's tapping through it, like tapping on it, very bored, just kind of like flipping through that while like shoveling chips in her mouth, and is sitting there like engrossed. She doesn't seem to be paying attention to you as you come in. On the other side of the room, Bridget has started going at, she has like this like bag in her hand, and it's completely turned upside down, and there are books all over the floor. They're not your books, Viz. You don't know where these came from, but there's probably about 35 or 40 books just scattered on the floor, and she's flipping through them and like tapping through them, and she actually looks up and sees you as you approach, shuts one and goes, sorry, we didn't... Ginny, sit up! And Ginny goes, huh, what's the problem? Oh, fuck! Hey guys, you made it!
Yep, still alive.
Well, you guys look like you made yourselves at home.
Yeah, sorry, Viz.
How long did you get here?
Bridget like looks over at Ginny and is starting to hastily collect some of the books. Ginny doesn't move off of the couch. We've been here a little while. Explored town a little bit. Came back. There was a woman who... And Ginny goes, yeah, there was a woman who came by and went to go feed your lobster. Really attractive Haragon woman. We're going on a date tomorrow. I don't know if she's your friend or whoever, but...
Jeez. Oh. And Viz puts his head, like a hand on his brow and just starts rubbing it.
I'm guessing that's who I'm guessing it's who we think it is.
Yeah, that's Olu.
Oh, is she off limits? I can just not go if it's gonna be a problem.
No, it's fine.
She knows a lot of weird stuff about your like lobster friend over there, eh?
Wait, why you let her feed your lobster but not me?
Nev, you're gone at the same time. How would you have fed Liberto?
I could have made a machine so that I could do it from, like, afar.
He lives in water, Nev.
Yeah?
Aurora just
What?
looks at the tank.
Oh, how rude of me! And he like rolls up his sleeves and he like looks in the tank. Is the tank clean? Did Orlu clean the tank, or is it like murky on like the glass?
Spotless. You
Okay,
don't think
so-
Loberto's tank has ever been this clean?
Yeah. He's like, come here, little buddy, come here. And he pulls out Liberto.
Aurora just looks.
What does Liberto do? What is Liberto doing? Just sit in there?
He's doing little somersaults.
Yeah. And Viz is gonna take him out of the water and like hold him like how a kid would hold a cat, where like the front paws are out and like the body's just kind of extended down.
Hey, for Papa.
And he's
It's
like,
party.
this is like, everybody, this is Liberto. He's my best friend.
Hi, Liberto. We've met before, but hi again. just say hi to Roberto. And
Nora
then
blinks and goes, "Hello."
Rhett's waving his hand, or not waving, just doing the little tiny hi.
Aurora looks very confused.
What?
Question: has Coraline ever seen a lobster before?
You live not too far from a very coastal town. You live along the water, so yes, you will have in fact seen a lobster before.
But you probably seen it as food,
As food.
not friend.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Probably.
fish are friends, not food.
Okay. Coraline goes, huh? Never seen one of these alive before.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think she means anything by it.
I mean, aren't you supposed to eat them?
She squishes
Like-
face. He squishes face. He squishes face.
Viz quickly like shifts his hands to cover. Well, like what he thinks is Liberto's ears. He's like, we don't talk about that around here.
Not in these pots,
Look.
darling.
Look, if he's a pet, he's a pet. I mean,
We don't say that either. We don't say that either. And he like turns him around, and is like, oh, she didn't mean it, Liberto. Oh, it's all right.
And
She
then
just-
says, look, like, this rescued, quote unquote, Liberto from a lobster place where they, consume. So, yeah, okay, I don't know what his deal is, but I personally love crab and lobster, but Liberto's off limits, sadly.
Rhett's gonna look around. Where's Jeff? Sorry.
Where's Jeff?
Jeff,
I mean,
Oh, I'm a Jeff. Oh, my name is Jeff.
Jeff is actually standing not too far from the door that goes to your room, Viz, and has just an absolute fuckload of things in his hands and even in his beak. And it's just standing very still.
He doesn't have a beak.
Or,
He
sorry,
has a cat face.
in the cat beak face. Sorry, saying owl and then saying face feels counterintuitive. In the cat face has a bunch of things in his mouth, and under the wings and is like at the feet of the little like owl talons has like just a ton of shit there.
Is
It
it?
seems like your little friend has been busy.
Is that mine or is it? Who's this?
So he looks over and goes, "Oh yeah, sorry, that owl cat bird was really fucking annoying, and the only way I could get him to stop saying I'm a Jeff or my name Jeff is to get him to put all of those things in his mouth." Oh, that's your mail, by the way. If you want to look at it, we didn't touch it. That's mail fraud, so we just figured he could hold on to it.
Mail fraud.
I don't think it's fraud to touch it. I think it's just fraud to open it.
Ginny reaches on her belt and like pulls a switchblade that she had somehow carried in her vestments, flicks it, looks at
Whoa.
you. She didn't mean to do it at the same, but she realized how intense it comes across and goes, "Oh, is there a difference here in Gildmoor? And I bet that's mail fraud. You get killed for that. Your hand cut clean off."
What kind of communist?
Insight check.
I was gonna say, do you not have MailNet?
No,
Does that exist then?
no, you gotta go get your mail yourself, because if you touch other people's mail, it's mail fraud.
That's so
Mhm.
counterintuitive, darling.
How do you mail it then?
You just
It's not mail then. It's just a package. you
the
pick
only
up.
people who are allowed to touch it are you when you give it, and the owl who takes it. Are there different laws in Gildmoor?
Yes, very.
Yes.
You know what? No, it's fine. Don't touch any of our mail.
I wasn't planning on it. I like having both hands. It comes to
The
all
only
of you.
mail I get is junk mail, anyways.
It becomes clear to all of you that this is banter, and she was in fact just trying to get the bird to shut the fuck up, and that is the lie she concocted to get the bird to just hold the mail.
Okay.
Anyway, we got a pile of shit, Viz. I'd take a look at it. Some of it's been sitting there for weeks.
Pile of what?
Mail.
Oh, I thought you said shit. I was like actually thinking, wait, oh shit? Where's the shit in
mean-
here?
I mean, it could be classified as either or, depending on what's there.
Let's look at it and see. Usually bills are shit, so
I wouldn't know. Haven't had a double
Just
in
takes
years.
Liberto and puts Liberto on his shoulder, but facing front. So like how Jeff would stand on his shoulder, he just has Liberto kind of laying on his shoulder,
Mhm.
and he walks over to my name is Jeff. He's like, "Hey, were you watching the house?"
Jeff kind of just holds this like square package box that he's been holding in his mouth and just looks at you with wide eyes.
You can drop that.
Blah! He like drops it out of his mouth. My name is Jeff.
Yeah, his name is Jeff. This is Liberto.
Food?
And he puts his hand over Liberto's ears. He instinctually does that. He's like, not food. He's a friend.
Food.
No, you don't understand. If anything happens to Liberto, it's on your head, all right? And I ain't having that.
Yes, master. My name is Jeff.
Do not let anything bad ever happen to Liberto or eat him.
His eyes like narrow for a minute. They get really serious. Yes, master.
He is your brother,
Yes, master.
and you'll treat him as such.
Yes,
It's
master.
the wackiest soap opera I've ever watched.
Hey!
What is happening? What is actually happening right now?
Red's
I have
already.
no fucking idea.
Red's starting to look for
Nelson's going through the mail.
Red's starting to look for alcohol.
There's a bar
Yeah,
cart
there's
that
a
is
picture.
fully stocked, and you can tell that it was not Viz who stocked it. It was Ginny. There are tourist wines from all across the different areas of Westover. There's spirits, ales, beers, just about anything on this booze cart.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're gonna touch that, be considerate and let me have a sip before you drink the whole thing.
Red, can
I
you give
will,
me
I will.
one too, please?
Oh,
I
maybe I'll make drinks for everybody.
I wouldn't mind a drink after everything that happened.
You know what? That's
Cons-
Red's gonna start making drinks.
Yes, considering we, just fought a giant murderous lizard in an observatory that slaughtered a whole bunch of people.
Bridget and Ginny both kind of look at you. Well, it's no dragon, but I mean, Ginny, stop it. What happened?
I guess we tell them what we fought.
You
Red's gonna
explain,
explain it as he's making drinks.
you explain it as you make
Aurora's
drinks.
just like covered in all these slashes.
As you're making
Well, we
drinks,
all are.
you explain the story. They like ooh and ah at all the right moments. They give theories. It's kind of just exuberant theories on behalf of Ginny and corrections on behalf of Bridget. Viz, the male at your feet, the bird is still protecting. The catbird is still protecting.
Hey, I'm gonna read this now.
Finally, Jeff goes, I have protected it for you, master. My name is Jeff.
You did very good, and like he'll look for like, I don't know, piece of like crumbs of bread or something on him,
Mhm.
and just be like, all right, this is your reward for now.
Thank you, master.
You're welcome. My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
Yeah, it is. Then he he looks through his mail.
For sure. You look through your mail. Some of it's bills, some of it is bank statements saying that your weekly paychecks have still been going to the Westover bank and being deposited there. So you have golden deposit. A lot of it's been coming out automatically with your bills as well. So you might have to take a look at that. There's the boring stuff, more bills, commercial bills, fees for the condominium, all that kind of stuff. But at the bottom of the package is it's a letter, but it also is a box. Like there's a letter attached to the box. It's dark gray and it has a wax sealed letter on the outside with a steel that you recognize. And it's because it's one of the nondescript seals that Jarvis usually sends you when he makes a purchase.
Oh, Viz is gonna first look at the letter, and then open it.
The letter says, placing an order for delivery. 2 dozen, and it's all in code, which you guys have talked about before. All of your weapons have code, which translate to 2 dozen rifles, specifically 2 dozen rifles that shoot darts, model attached for reference. And you open up the package and you see that there's about a 2.5, 3-inch dart in the package with a dull tip. And along the base of it, it's this like clear, dark glass. It's almost like the perfect size for an ounce of some kind of liquid.
Is this dated before or after we talked to him?
Before. It's actually dated like the day before you talked to him. It must have recently arrived.
Well, we'll talk to Nev about that later. Anything else of importance?
No. Just that.
Okay.
So what do you want
Rhett
to do?
made a bunch of drinks.
Rhett, he makes a bunch of drinks, you hand them out.
Rhett makes a lot of drinks. The bigger one's going for the people he thinks can take it. Smaller one's going for the people who doesn't think he can take it.
Fair?
Well,
Like Jeff. Giving Jeff some alcohol.
just like as a note, as we're telling Bridget and Ginny the story of what happened, Cecilia will take the time to like go to the bathroom and message every person to maybe not mention the stuff we learned at the end from the accident. Just to keep that to ourselves.
Which part in particular?
Just the mind. Are you talking about the mind? Like when we were going to the thing's mind?
So the information about who orchestrated it.
Mm-hmm. And as Rhett hears that, he's gonna switch it up and continue after that.
Okay. You withhold
So he doesn't
that piece
say
of
it.
information. Because of that, Bridget and Ginny, let me see if they're able to even kind of make a connection. Nope. They go, wow, crazy stuff happens in Westover. I mean, it's a big city. You never know who's got a vendetta against who. But it's,
Whose accent is that? Sorry.
it's a little bit of both of them. It's kind of like the conclusion they come to was just me DMing what they say in response.
Yeah, that's fair. What were you saying, Nick?
Oh no, I was gonna say there's a lot of people who have vendettas against me. They just hate me. There's kind of a difference between having a vendetta and holding a grudge versus just plain annoyance.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's what I do best.
Aurora just drinks her drink.
Have you ever thought about, I don't know, and this is like her with a little bit of the spicy juice in her. Like, don't you think you should, like, stop? Maybe once, give it a try.
Maybe
Might
just
be good
stop
for ya.
and get some help.
I don't know,
You
become
see-
a monk on a mountain.
Yeah, nah, absolutely not.
At least
I got
you're not decaying anymore.
Exactly, you know? I mean,
Maybe don't find anything in the trash again. Or don't touch
that's kind of
anything.
my whole livelihood, hon. I will be going through the trash again.
Then don't go through the trash of a place that sells magical items.
Or maybe,
only
like,
kind of
get a
trash.
real job.
Not-
I do have a real job. Excuse you. I have a day job and I have a night job. Not gonna go into details about the night job, but the day job I work in a pawn shop. So, fuck you.
Oh.
And then she chugs her drink down.
I thought it was, I don't know, getting close to dying and doing crime. I thought those were your two jobs.
I'm not a criminal. Turns
Yeah.
out it is.
As I feel like as Nev said, I'm not a criminal, she slammed her glass to the table and Rhett just starts filling it again without even looking.
Yeah, but she like turns to Viz, she winks, and then she turns back to the rest of the group with a scowl.
And Nev doing like the. Like,
I
very
totally
obvious
lied to them.
You know
totally
I'm
got
not
it.
a criminal.
Wink.
If you can beat me in an arm wrestle, then I'll believe your bullshit.
Alright, here we go.
Oh,
And Nev's gonna
for
use
God's
her armor
sake.
of magical strength.
Cecilia's just
Hey,
gonna sit there
Magic
like,
is cheating. Magic is cheating and weak.
Nope. Look, here's the thing. I made this with my own smarts. So,
Think about it. You
it's
think about
completely legal.
Think about it, Coraline. Without that magical contraption, we would have been having to run up 11 sets of stairs.
Okay, Coraline is going to
Starting to-
down the rest of her drink and get her arm ready.
You were starting to say, Allie?
oh, I was gonna say, I think Cecilia's gonna like lean in to everybody next to her, like, how does a strength contest measure belief? I don't understand.
It does. Don't worry. Don't worry. It does.
It doesn't matter
genuinely-
because it's funny.
Bridget,
It genuinely doesn't. But
Okay.
it at least gives us something to watch.
Bridget steps up
Okay,
behind you,
exactly.
Cecilia, and leans in and goes, "It doesn't. But watch this." And waves her hand and casts a spell. Go ahead and have your arm wrestle.
Oh, God. Alright. Okay.
And really good or really
Okay.
bad.
Alright. What are we're doing opposing strength checks, right?
Yep.
And you don't have your armor anymore.
Just make a
Wait,
single
what?
roll.
Me?
Both of you just make a single roll.
I'm gonna use my armor though. Let me
Oh, are we doing D20?
What does your armor do?
give me a minute. The wearer can expend a charge to add its intelligence modifier to a strength check or strength saving throw.
Okay, so you just add your intelligence modifier to whatever you roll.
Yeah, so I just get like +3 more essentially.
Okay, go ahead and both of you roll.
I just have a +5 instead of a +2. Actually, I shouldn't even have a +2. Shex, I still have a +8 to my sleight of hand.
What?
No, you don't. Any of your abilities that you got from your pendant are gone.
Can you fix that? Because you put that on my character sheet. I don't know how to fix it.
I'll fix it. But what
Okay.
are the results of your check?
Okay, rolling my crystal dice. Let's see what this fucking is.
Okay.
Tis a 15. Do I add anything or is it just 15?
Did you roll the 15 on the dice?
Yeah?
I don't know. What's your athletics?
My athletics. That is +2, so 17.
17.
I also rolled a 17.
I saw the shock on Meg's
shit!
face.
Did you
I
roll-
saw the shock go on Meg's face.
What did
She
you
was, "Oh."
What did you roll after your roll?
Me?
Yeah, was it a 12 plus 5?
It was a 12 +5.
Okay.
Damn.
Coraline and Nev, you're arm wrestling, and you begin to pull, and Nev, you could feel yourself starting to fail, so you call upon your armor, and nothing happens, and Coraline slams your hand into the table, and Bridget snickers under her breath.
Damn.
Bitch!
No,
And she's saying all of this, it's like no filter.
Well,
Ginny leans against,
Whatever.
shoves another one of these, like, crispy little things that are in this bag in her mouth, and goes, yeah, nice brains. Very helpful in, arm wrestles. Super useful.
very. Very.
That's a nice trick you got there.
I think the,
Alright, yeah,
I
you know
was worried.
and then Nev just
was
grabs her drink,
worried.
walks into a different room.
Oh,
What is
I
this?
think
I
the
think
lesson
she got embarrassed.
I think the lesson here is put enough alcohol in your system and anything makes sense.
yeah, that's usually how it works.
That's what I've observed in the past.
That's like
It
one of
definitely
life's
does.
fundamental
Now, hit me.
lessons.
What did you say, Coraline?
Everyone's just suddenly spoken
She-
once.
She said like that absolutely makes sense. Now hit me, and she like holds out her
Rep
glass.
pours the drink.
Can I just say that when Coraline says, now hit me, Aurora kind of like confusedly
Looks
starts
at
to
her
raise a
fist.
hand.
Right.
But sees what Brett's doing
Right.
and quickly lowers
No.
her hand.
No. That's not what happened. Rhett pours a drink with one hand and holds her forearm with the other. Like he's so used to this. No, darling. No, darling. That's not that type
But
of hit
she
me.
said, "Oh, okay."
It's not that type of hit me. And at the same time, also, he'll always refill Ginny's drink because it is her alcohol that she got.
Every single time you refill the drink, she goes, "Thank you, dear." Bridget leans in to you, Cecilia, and like nudges you with her elbow and goes, "Brains over brawn." Looks like Nev got a little embarrassed.
Can I like figure out what she did?
Make an Arcana check.
16.
16. She used a simple dispel. She just casted dispel magic on the armor. So it was a
Would I know
fair fight.
if that permanently damages the armor?
With a 16? Probably not. Enchanted items tend to just be dispelled for a short period. Maybe an hour, a couple minutes.
Okay.
It'll come back eventually.
Okay. Can, Cecilia is going to find Viz
Sure.
and just ask, every night I have to do a certain amount of studying and note-taking to prepare my spells for the next day. Is there an office or a place I could do that?
Well, my office is kind of that table by the fireplace, but and you see Viz kind of like 1,000-yard stares. He tries to think, and he goes, I mean, if you could squeeze in that closet over there, that would be good. Or, and then he like starts like wandering towards the back end of his hallway.
Cecilia follow?
Where did Nev go? You're muted, Meg.
You're muted.
We love Meg. We love Meg on a daily basis.
I love it
Oh,
that the
they're
camera's on.
Does Viz
So we
have in his apartment?
What?
What other rooms does he have in his apartment?
Bathroom, small closet, balcony.
You should go to the
Bedroom.
closet.
Okay, so the closet right when you go into the like right when you go into the apartment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind that one. Come with me, and then Viz opens the door to his bedroom, and then immediately goes to the right and opens another door, and it's just a very big walk-in closet.
Are the closets connected?
No, there's a bathroom in the way.
That would be really funny if the closets were connected. There's just quickly like off topic for a minute. We're kind of on topic. There was my cottage in Michigan has connected closets between the bathroom closet and the living room
That's
closet.
so
Now,
odd.
guys, who's to say that when Nev visited, she didn't make herself a pathway
Well,
between closets
is
without us
true.
knowing?
Well, to describe the closet a little bit, it is like a square, and then there's like a big pile of big boxes like up against a wall, and like this is the only part of the wall that has like this weird misshapen edge around it, like it's been plastered over, and it's like this pure kind of like white paint over it. And he's like, yeah, this is the most probably quietest area you could probably be in. You know, dampening with all the clothes. Yeah, Nev did that, and he points to the plastered over part of his wall. Yeah, so I think this would be probably the best place to study, unless you just want to go out to the balcony, but then there's wind, so, you know.
Oh, yeah. I will study in your closet.
Alright,
That's
sounds
great.
good.
Jesus Christ.
That sentence.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, if like Aurora's seeing the balcony, if she goes out on it, what does it look? Does it just look out onto the city of Westover, or what all do I see?
It looks out over.
View, like, is the view like a 9 out of 10, or?
It's like if you were in uptown New York. Like you kind of got like a decent skyline, but everything's just kind of on like a different angle than a traditional shot of the city. You can see the halls of Gardhalia, which is like these big structures that you passed before. That's like kind of tilted and a little higher, so you can see it. It's just kind of hard to get a good vantage point of it. What you can mainly see is the financial district, and you can see the arcane. You got a perfect view of the Golden Herald and the arcane projector.
And what time of the day is it? Because I think like when we ended, you said it was like the sun was setting or something.
It's the evening. So okay, sorry you didn't understand my Uptown New York reference, Allie, but you don't have to be mean about it.
Actually, having been in New York, I understood that right away.
Yeah, it's like a different perspective. Like if you were to see like a skyline of New York, imagine that, but coming from like the left hand side. Like it's kind of weird. It's like it's off. But it's a perfect view of the arcane projector, and you get a good view of the financial district. And the sun is setting. It's almost dark now.
Okay, dumb question. If Aurora looks up at the sky, can she see stars, or is there like
There's a lot of light pollution. It's pretty hard to see them.
Oh,
yeah, okay.
I was gonna ask, is there like a lot of light pollution in Westover? That'd be really funny.
And then there's just a lot of pollution in Umberfall.
And a cave. It's in a cave.
Sorry. Yeah, it's in a cave. That might be your first issue with seeing the stars in Umberfall.
Yeah.
It's painted on stars on the walls.
Like whatever drink Rhett made for her or poured for her, or is just gonna kind of sip it and just like kind of look up for a little bit, then just look at the city and just kind of like just be taking in sight.
All right, no worries.
This is gonna find Rhett, and then who also is the most like responsible?
That is a bold claim. All right.
Well, Rhett's the only one that has
a lot there.
Has Rhett been drinking?
No, he isn't actually.
Okay, definitely going to Rhett.
He's made drink for everyone but himself because he just keeps having to fill up everyone's drinks and just listening to the chaos.
Okay. This will go to Cecilia, Rhett, Bridget, and I'll tell them basically the same thing. Is like, hey, I gotta go out and talk to my boss real quick. I'll be back. Make sure no one destroys my place. Make yourself home, but don't break anything too bad.
Anything completely off limits, because I see that everyone's going everywhere in this apartment.
I mean, you know.
I mean, Nev's hiding in a closet, or was on the balcony. I think Cecilia went into your other closet.
yeah, Nev does that. Don't worry about that. I guess don't break Liberto's tank.
Of course.
Liberto's been on his shoulder this whole time, and I guess pretty self-explanatory. Don't touch my clothes. There's two piles. Don't touch them. Don't touch the cabinets because they also not the cabinets. The drawers because they have Don't touch them.
Crystal clear.
Okay.
I got a question.
Coraline comes in out of nowhere drunk.
Peeks her head from behind someone, fucking Aurora. Like, hey,
I'm fine.
She's on the balcony. You peeked around Rhett's shoulder.
He's like,
sure, yeah. Peeked around Rhett's shoulder, and was like, I got a question though. She still got booze in her. She still has booze in her while she's saying this. Doesn't your lobster need water to breathe?
Yeah, the tank got water in there.
You said he's on your shoulder.
Yeah, he likes walking around. Look at him. I guess Liberto's doing a dance.
Is Liberto alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Roll perception. Is lobster alive?
If
while Coraline's trying to decipher that, Rhett's gonna slowly raise her drink up to her mouth.
if no one else was here, like Viz's apartment would be like kinda neat, but it's still like that messy kinda neat where there's like piles of stuff, but it's like, walkways are easy to get to and stuff. But Liberto's tank, if Orlu didn't even clean it, would be the cleanest thing in his apartment.
Fair. Okay.
Cecilia will hold out a hand with a little moth in it and just kind of hand it to Viz.
Well,
Reginald.
oh. This is like, I don't know, the best way to describe it is a little unnerved. He's like, oh, that's neat.
Aurora, why don't you bring out your hamsters?
No, Reginald is a familiar.
Oh.
So, if you are walking around his city late at night, you should probably have some company.
Oh. Well,
Reginald
thank you.
blinks these like big eyes at you, and it makes a noise you weren't expecting him to make. He kind of just goes, ooh.
Oh. Oh, that's neat.
Ned pokes her head out
Decide
of
that?
the closet and talks.
That's so cute! Oh my god! I love it. Protect.
That- I did.
Did it
I
just
Not,
did it just ooh woo?
No,
I
it certainly did
I
not.
wanted to- I definitely wanted to ooh woo. Yeah,
I heard
ooh, yeah. It went ooh. It just went with
It
an
didn't go
woo.
ooh woo.
It
It
didn't
went
ooh woo.
it went ooh. It's
So
three.
that's a very it's a
Nope.
it's a sped up
very
it's a sped up
similar.
and a spammed
An
ooh.
Ooh with the trill, if you will.
Ooh. It's ooh. It's not
So
ooh.
we got my name is Jeff. We got Liberto and we got ooh woo. It's not even Reginald anymore. It's just ooh woo.
Wait, and you got Parappa the Snapper.
Parappa the Snapper.
Dusty the hamster.
Dusty the hamster.
Cheddar.
Cheddar the horse.
I'm living in hell.
There's so many pets.
Brett needs to get
That's
a pet to
familiar.
join this club.
Look,
You have
look.
a bounty.
Every time you guys pull out
That's
an
true. I
animal,
got bounty.
every single time you guys pull in an animal, I'm like, oh, that's right. Like literally every single time. I forget they all exist.
Except for Scooth, you made him plot relevant.
Yeah, precisely.
Don't touch our animals.
I don't carry
Yeah.
Liberto around though.
Yeah,
be
you
fair.
insane motherfuckers have a hamster in your hoodie and you're fighting God. Like, anyway,
Not yet.
Not yet, not
My
yet.
hoodie. She's not in my hoodie. She's in like one of my little pouches on my belt.
apologies. I
Did you
didn't
just
mean to
misgender
misgender
your
your hamster.
I meant to say she. It came out as he.
Okay, here's the thing. Parappa doesn't have a brain or gender. Parappa just screams and skitters.
If you
So,
give it a
you know-
name, it's not a tool, it's a pet.
It can be a tool. I could strap dynamite to Parappa, and then I
That's
can build a
sad.
new.
But that's
I can
still
build-
sad.
I can build a new
Regardless.
Parappa.
Anyways, back to
Viz.
the game.
Yeah.
You wanted to go to work.
Yeah, he wanted to tell who he sees
Yeah.
at the moment is the most
He told-
responsible.
Yeah.
he-
He told. Yeah.
And then he goes to Nev because I feel like if someone would have mentioned it, Nev would get upset. So he he goes up to Nev. He's like, opens the door. He's like, "Hey Nev, I'm gonna go see Georgie. I need you to be in charge of the house. All right? Make sure no one
10-4.
breaks my stuff."
I'm on it. Hey,
Alright.
Dick Watts, I'm in charge.
Yeah. And he's like, "All right."
Be
And then he's
fucking stupid unless I tell you to.
Make for me.
What?
yeah, Nev. And he closes the door again.
Close the door on them.
Well, I thought she's just still sitting there, so he just kind of closes like, "Yeah, Nev, all right, I'll be back," and he just closes it.
That's exactly, yeah.
He gives Liberto a kiss and puts him back in the tank, and he's like, "All right, I'll be back," and he leaves.
All right. You head off to work late into the evening, hoping that people are still around. As you approach the massive building, well, for starters, it's a fucking sight to behold. Let me pull the description of the building over. It's this massive, like the massive building in Midtown with these spiral glass buildings that arc into that kind of a cone shape, with the door being in the middle of this road that kind of curves. It looks like a big glass Daily Bugle. If the Daily Bugle were all glass, That's kind of what this building looks like. And it reflects off into the setting sun, so you actually can't tell how much light is coming through the building itself. But you know once you go inside, it's constantly well lit. There's a nice breeze. It's very regulated in terms of its temperature. It's very comfortable. The oxygen levels you get in that building are like really nice. It feels like you're outside when you're inside. As you approach, the financial district is really, really quiet at this time of the evening. It's getting towards 8 o'clock now. And as you approach, you see outside the front of it, there is actually 2 people exiting. The first, you recognize, like, immediately, because it's this 3'4" male gnome, wearing this, like, loose button-down shirt with the top 2 buttons unbuttoned, these, like, simple slacks, suspenders over this, like, red tie. He has this, like, cropped, like, wavy gray hair that's kind of, like, fading at the back, and gray eyes, ungroomed stubble on his face. This is Mr. Lenslifter. He is the CEO of the Golden Herald, and he is the inventor of the arcane projector that projects the news every morning. He is your boss's boss. And directly to his left is another individual that you recognize, though you've not actually officially met. He has this curly, dark brown hair that's been slicked back, these bright orange eyes with a slit in them. This is a Wanti individual, very young, like with these translucent scales along his pale skin. No wrinkles at all. He can't be any older than 29, 30. Like, he's still very, very young. Thick green wool suit, like a 3-piece wool suit, this pale orange tie, and a pocket watch that kind of hangs from the vest, and these, like, very expensive looking cufflinks on the side of his suit. You recognize him, don't know him personally. This is Mr. Ashakan. He is the CFO of the Golden Herald. He handles the finances and the money.
Viz will approach them in the best, like, formal way he can.
Okay. You approach, Mr. Ashakan sees you first, and kind of, like, his eyes kind of narrow before they kind of slacken with recognition, and he stands a little straighter and gestures with his hand in the middle of a conversation with Mr. Lenslifter. And the gnome turns around, looks at you for a moment, almost, like, raises his hand to be like, no questions. Like, they're very used to getting lots of questions from the media, and is at first concerned you might be media that aren't the Golden Herald, before he pulls his hand back and smiles brightly.
Oh my goodness. If it isn't Fizz, how are you doing? It's been so long since I've seen you. Tell me all about your stories. I'm sure you're here after, you were assigned in Ashedonia, were you not? How are your travels?
Yeah, in fact, that's exactly what I was coming here to say. So, it's nice to see you two both again.
Pleasure. Sorry, I'm so rude. Have you met Nigel?
And gestures over to, Mr. Ashakan.
I have never met in person.
There's a moment where the gentleman kind of, like, clears his throat and, like, pulls down his suit, extends a hand to you, for you to take. Nigel, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Viz, pleasure to meet you too.
Viz, I've heard all about your exploits. I've gotten more than a few travel expenses on my desk not too recently.
Yeah, sorry about all that. I gotta go everywhere to get some of my stories.
Of course, of course.
Well, I'm gonna cut right to the chase here. The one about the spider dame and investigating that, the lead I was going to go to, turns out they were going to possibly kill me, so kind of had to drop that one off.
Oh my goodness, I certainly do not pay you reporters enough to go out to the field. How upsetting! There's no journalistic integrity anymore.
Well, it's fine. I kind of got roped into a different kind of story now. God damn it, Meg. I don't know if you got my letter. about the ball and the assassination attempts.
News has certainly traveled. But if you're here saying that you have a first-hand account, that is always intriguing.
Oh, not only do I have my first-hand account, I have others as well. I have 9 other accounts.
My goodness, you've been busy.
Yeah, 2 of them are related to the family. Well, technically 3 of them are related to the family. And then he like kind of hands over like his notes on it.
Huh.
It's like a pretty big stack of paper.
Sorry, apologies. I was just examining this shortly. How about this? It's getting late, and I have to get home to my wife, or she's gonna think I've been killed or lost on the streets. Nigel here, I'm sure, has many young folk activity to attend to. Isn't that right, Nigel?
And Nigel goes, sir, I was actually just gonna get home and make myself a pot of tea.
Nonsense, you're young. Go out and about, enjoy your life. Anyway, I believe Georgie is up in his office. You know that man never takes a rest and always wants to hear about Spider Dame. But, why don't you go debrief him quickly? Don't be taking all night on this. You've probably been out for a long time and need a break. Debrief him. Drop the notes with him. We will have them examined, and, your work will most certainly be published in some capacity. We just have to clear some things with legal when we cover stories such as this. You understand, don't you?
Oh yeah, and then I got some other stuff that definitely really needs to involve legal. Some very interesting news, rockin' world kind of thing.
Oh?
Yeah, so, and then he hands out his other notes, and he I don't know, paranoid's the right word, but he like kind of is quiet, and he's like, yeah, there's we're going to help one of the royal family with figuring out what's going on with some missing kids, like in the other story we wrote here. And well, I have the answer to that. They're dead. And
my goodness.
Yeah, we found out what was doing it, and we found some information on what could be making the thing that was killing them. And once again, I have 9 other witness accounts of it. Well, no, not 9. It would be 7. 2 of them weren't there.
Wow. Well, that's quite alarming. Okay, how about this? You're just gonna drop the all of your notes off with my assistant, and she will take them up to my desk, and we will bypass Georgie entirely. You could bring him your story on the Spider Dame. Just leave me all the notes you have on what you've done so far, and we can debrief. How about the next time you come into office? Come up, I will make time for you. Just tell my assistant that you are Code A, and you will be let in, and we can discuss what stories we're going to produce with this information. Does that sound good with you, Viz?
Code A, he said?
Yes, Code A.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I might be out of town for a bit because I'm also doing another follow-up kind of thing.
Of course. You work so hard, Viznona. You really should take a break one of these days.
You know, the news never sleeps, you know what I'm saying?
Understandable entirely. How about this? I am no stranger to understanding the differences and difficulties of the news. Would you do me the honors here? Nigel?
Nigel steps forward and goes, yes, sir. How much am I making the check out to?
Pay him a stipend of an extra 500 gold pieces. He well has earned it.
Yes, sir. And writes you something immediately, hands it to you. You know the drill, Mr. Viznota. You can cash this in at the bank anytime you choose to, and it will be automatically deposited into your account.
Thank you.
The news doesn't sleep, and you don't get fed unless you bring us more news. So, of course, we have to take care of you, right? We take care of all of our journalists here at the Golden Herald.
Yes, you do. Very well.
Fantastic. Peggy!
And a woman inside the Golden Herald, you recognize her. She's at the front desk every single day. It is the assistant to the CEO. Steps out and goes, "Yes, sir."
Please take Mr. Viznota's notes and have them delivered to my desk immediately. I will look over them first thing in the morning. Write me off an hour time slot for it.
Yes, sir. No worries. And, like, holds out her hands for you to give your notes.
Oh, yeah. He is... You want both of them, or do you want one over the other?
I believe I'll review all of them. We'll see what we have here. Very impressed with your investigative work, Mr. Viznota.
Yeah, I was on an airship for 2 weeks, so I got a lot of work done.
He, like, briefly skims them over.
Impressive resume of names as well. Mr. Voidwalker, this is some excellent work.
Thank you, sir.
Anytime.
All right. There you are, Peggy. Thank you, sir. And she heads inside.
Well, I must be getting going, but you're welcome to stick around or leave or whatever it is you'd like to do.
It was a pleasure. And, like, holds out his hand to, like, shake your hand.
Biz shakes it.
His grip is firm, jolly, everything a good gnome has. And Nigel, like, extends his hand one more time and goes, "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Voidwalker."
Pleasure to meet you, too.
And the two promptly exit.
He said that Georgie was in his office earlier, like in the beginning of it, and Viz knows that usually Georgie leaves, like early or whatever.
He tends to leave early, but he can sometimes stay late. It's not typically unusual for him to be in or out. He does work a lot.
Yeah.
He likes to work from home after hours.
Okay, well, Viz will go up there and check just in case.
You walk upstairs, and the door to Georgie's office is closed.
He'll knock.
What do you want?
He is here. All right. And can I come in?
If you don't have pictures of Spider Dame for me, then no, you can't come in.
Well, I got a follow-up to what I went to go look for.
Enter.
Okay, Viz will come in.
You see the great Georgie Thundergrip, investigative journalist of the Golden Herald in all of his glory. Sitting as a male dwarf, no taller than 4 feet tall, this crop-shaved salt and pepper hair, this like absolutely massively thick chevron mustache with that massive J.J. Jameson energy. He's sitting at his desk currently looking through and flipping through papers as though he's deciding what to publish. He has a cigar tucked around the back of his ear, and like he's like anxiously like fiddling with one side of his suspender with his other free hand. Viz, this better be good news or I want you out of my office.
Well, firstly, I'm back. Secondly, not exactly good news. The people I went to go talk to about the Spider Dame were most likely going to kill me based on the account of Miss... Oh, hold on, I gotta look how to pronounce her full name. Viz is not going to remember that. Miss Lady Genevieve Aston, one of the royal family over, you know.
Fantastic, and you didn't take no for an answer, and you messed him up and got all the information you needed. That's what I want to hear.
Well, not exactly. I was heavily advised not to go over there, and I was in the process of going over there, put into another story situation. Actually, I just what's his, I don't want to say his name wrong. The CEO. What is this? Oh, Lens Lifter. I saw Mr. Lens Lifter and the CFO outside, and I told them my whole thing that I went through. I had these pages of notes, and Lens Lifter's.
I'll say you don't have to tell me the whole story again. You tell him basically everything that you learned.
Yeah.
He pauses for a moment and goes, Well, I gotta say, Viz, I'm extremely unimpressed that you didn't get me any information on Spider Dame. But Mr. Linslifter likes the story, then there's nothing I can do about that. Are you following up any leads on Spider Dame?
Quite possibly. In fact, I'm going out tomorrow to go follow up some of the leads that were with the things I explained, but could possibly be involved with the Spider Dame somehow. You know, this overarching thing that Spider Dame could be at the center of.
I'll believe it when I see it. That dame is up to no good, and I want information on her stat. Don't come back unless you have it for me. You're excused.
All right, and he does like a salute, and then he leaves the room. He closes the door, and he's like, "Oh my god!" And then he walks home.
All right. You arrive back to your apartment. Where? What have you guys gotten up to?
A lot of drinking, a lot of settling people down. Probably more arm wrestles.
Can Coraline fight Nev? Can this just be like a wrestling match on the floor?
Okay, strength check. Let's go.
Jesus Christ.
I'm using another charge for my armor.
Again?
The charge doesn't work. It's dispelled until further notice.
Oh.
Damn, okay.
Okay.
That's a 15.
Are we doing like athletics check or strength?
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
athletics.
just opposing. Okay.
Yeah, any
What
kind
is
of wrestler match or sport is athletics.
Oh, if it's athletics, then it's a 16 for me.
22.
You just have Viz just walks in. Nev is pinned to the ground. Nev is just like, ah,
You gonna say uncle or not?
fuck you.
It's a pretty rowdy scene that you return to. Your group is all drinking. They're chatting with one another. Bridget is engrossed in a
Rep made
conversation
sure no
with
one
you,
went
Cecilia.
into the. Rep made sure no one went into the places that Viz didn't want him to go to.
Mm-hmm.
Sure everyone
Rhett has
stayed in their
overall
room.
been manning the fort. Ginny has gone through your cold fridge where Orlu has left some stuff, and she's feeding herself grapes on the couch. Having a glass of something and just chilling out, chatting with whoever happens to pass her. Bridget's gone back to her books, every once in a while sharing a conversation with Cecilia. What are the rest of you doing?
Nev is pinned to the ground by Coraline.
Aurora's just standing in a corner, just watching all of this, just silent as always. No, she'd be standing next to Rhett.
What's Mirabelle doing?
Mirabelle's just sitting off to the side, kind of trying to ignore the wrestling match in favor of just kind of fine-tuning some of the gears on her prosthetic arm.
I think Cecilia's still in Viz's closet.
Never left.
She's like,
Never
no.
left the
Yeah.
closet.
Rhett just occasionally goes in there, just like, do you want a drink? Before they all drank it out of the bottle.
Overall, it's a pretty jovial scene. Everybody seems to be de-stressing from the day's events. And is there anything else any of you would like to do, or are you going to wind down for the evening?
Probably tell them that we're gonna go with Sketch.
Yeah.
We decided that, right?
Sure. So, who do you approach about that conversation?
The two people that don't know.
Yeah, no, fair.
Bridget and
both of them?
Yeah,
Both
you
of them at
tell
the same
Bridget,
time?
Ginny, or just the both of them?
I tell the both of them.
Yeah, so you begin the conversation, Bridget and Ginny kind of listen. Ginny goes, well, if it's fine with Viz, we're happy to watch over the fort for a little while. Take care of the
Definitely make
lobster,
sure-
set up for the journey
Yeah.
into the desert. I'm assuming we're gonna do that at some point, depending on what goes down, so...
Yeah.
Bridget wants to do
We
some
will
research
definitely
at the
do that.
library anyway, make sure we're fully prepared before we walk into whatever we're gonna walk into.
Wait, there's a library?
Bridget kind of looks at you alarmed and goes, what do you mean, is there of course there's a library. It's west of this is the peak of arcane invention.
Okay, let me remind you, I lived on a farm. We didn't have many libraries or many books. So,
Well, the best library is in the halls of Gardhalia, but I think with some prodding I may be able to claim I'm an ambassador and see what kind of information they have. Genevieve's gonna help me. Aren't you, Genevieve? Jenny goes, what? What'd you say? I was busy. She's gonna help me.
Jenny, you're going to a Jenny, you're going to the library.
Ah, fuck. I hate reading with Bridget. She's so boring. But
well, I don't think you're
librarian
going to be
equals
reading.
hot nerds to flirt with.
Exactly.
I definitely don't mind going. Okay.
Honey, in order to flirt with people, you have to have game.
Who did she say that to?
Oh.
Nev just goes.
Yikes.
Rhett like covers his mouth like.
Even Aurora goes.
Rhett finally takes a swig of the drink.
Oh,
Like
Coraline
Cecilia
immediately gets off of Nev, like trying. It could be the alcohol, but like trying to stand as tall as she possibly can.
She's on her tippy toes.
Not even tippy toes. No, she's not doing all that. And she goes, "I'm sorry. I think I misheard you. You want to say that again?"
No, I'm good. I think you heard me plain and clearly. I don't like repeating myself. It's a waste of my breath.
Cecilia winces in Fiz's closet.
like just like, ooh. You feel a disturbance in the force.
Yeah, just like, ooh.
Coraline,
Rhett's like,
you have
"Alright."
a very naturally high wisdom, so I'm going to allow you to make an insight check.
Oh shit. Okay. Fucking insight.
I'm not gonna have Rhett do this, but I just love the visual of after Viz got back. You know, he doesn't have to watch, so he's just like, "Hey, Cecilia, I'm gonna be in here. I don't want to know what's going on over there."
Hey, would
he
you
wouldn't do
believe me? Would you believe me if I said I got another 22?
22,
Oh
yeah.
my god.
No, it's fair enough. It's general high, but not high enough to be to 22. She is intentionally enjoying getting a rise out of you. And you get the sense where if you're gonna win this like war of words per se, like this is a noblewoman who's enjoying getting a rise out of somebody who doesn't realize that she's winning by antagonizing you.
Wow.
Didn't you fuck?
Yeah? I don't know where this is coming from.
It's just she's just intentionally getting a fun rise out of her.
Okay, immediately as, like, Coraline picks up on what's going on, like, she does a little, like, surprise face, like, open wide, eyes open wide, and then she kind of, like, squints, I guess, and smiles, and says, like, "Huh, almost got me there, didn't you?"
She tilts her head. It's a trait Ginny has, like she's tilting her head often enough, like that, like you can tell it indicates something, but you haven't quite figured out what it means at this point. You don't know her well enough yet, but she gives you that kind of like head tilt, and shrugs her shoulders and goes, "I don't know, you tell me."
Other than that, I think I have other places to be. And she, like, leans out of her face and then goes to meet up with everybody else with whatever they're doing. That's pretty much it.
There, no worries. Ginny goes and holds out her cup to you, Rhett, for a refill.
He actually did. He was trying to leave. He's like, "Refill."
Aurora's gonna look at Rhett. Do you want a break?
No, I've accepted my life.
Are you sure?
Yeah. This seems, you know, standard.
Alright, well, if you need a break.
What was I gonna say something, but I completely forgot because of that interaction. Oh, I was gonna say Coraline doesn't leave to go to the group. She just goes back and pins Neb back to the guy.
Yeah.
That was my visual.
Grabs her by the scruff and puts her back
Oh
on
my
the floor.
god! Oh my god!
I thought it'd be funny if Nev was just still laying on the ground and then just like, alright.
Probably just like, okay.
Nev was still laying on the ground.
Okay, then she's back to sitting on your back.
You know, this is kind of kinky.
Aurora's gonna look at them. Are the
You
two
wish
of you
it
actually
was.
comfortable?
Right,
Because
covered.
not to the right.
Rat covers Viz's ears from behind.
Viz covers
Surprisingly,
Roberto's
she
ears.
is. I'm pretty comfy down there, if I'm being honest.
What's with the music?
Yo, we're
my
gonna
God.
get into a
I don't
real
know.
fight.
It's part of the same playlist.
All right.
Okay. Can Cecilia like snoop in Viz's closet? She's just sitting in a closet. I feel like she gets bored at some point.
I mean, depending on how
What?
long Viz was gone, you have plenty
just-
of time.
I just completely realized that Cecilia totally knows what's going on. She could just look through Reginald.
God,
She knows
you're right.
exactly everything that was
No,
happening.
there's a limit.
Well, no, she's in the room though, right?
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh,
Like you could
yeah.
see what you could see in the room, like all that had happened, and you saw that you felt the disturbance of the force because you could actually see it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of like Snoop.
Yeah, dude. Make a Make
Yeah, dude.
Yes!
Yes.
Can
Yes.
you make a perception check?
Perception?
Yeah.
Not investigation.
Oh, you're snooping the room. Yeah. Yeah, if you're using your hands, yeah, make investigation.
22.
What does Cecilia find?
She goes on an adventure through the closet because of the music.
Yeah.
Well, Cecilia sees like a big amount of Viz's outfits. Some of them are like high fashion. He has a lot of fashion-based things. He does have a big collection of shoes, not as big as Cecilia's, but he has a lot of shoes. Where that like plastered over part of the wall is, like the boxes, there is a like just random, like a big box at the bottom and like a few of them on top of that. Does she look through those?
Yeah, I think she just like peeks in.
Okay,
And just like, look what it is.
it's mostly just random Nev stuff in there, like random greasy tools and stuff like that. In one of them, there's like cloth, and then there's like a book in it. Well, not like a book, but it's like a big collection of papers.
Okay. She's gonna look at that.
I mean, you
Just
did
see if
get a
there's
22.
like a title.
You did. There's no title, but it is like a story Viz is like writing. That is like a romance novel.
Okay. I think she finds that and she just like does the closet have a lock?
I mean, yeah, it
Like,
could
would
be.
it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there would be.
Okay. She's gonna lock the door and she's gonna just skim.
There's a lot
Briefly.
to skim.
Viz, make a make a performance check.
Oh my god. Nat 2025.
It is the
Ooh.
best romance novel you have ever glimpsed on. You're enthralled. Like, you start to skim, and then you realize, no, you're just not skimming. You're just reading really fast because it's so good. It has you hooked from the first line. What is it about, Viz?
Shit.
You
It's about two
Damn.
lovers in fair Verona. One separated by house. How does the beginning of Romeo and Juliet go?
It's just Romeo and Juliet.
Romeo.
Romeo
Viz
and
just
Juliet.
wrote Romeo and Juliet.
That'd be funny. I was
Do you want-
thinking.
I
want-
can still remember that if you want me to recount that.
I was gonna say, if you want, I have a few options for you.
Sure, I'll pick from the options.
Cool.
Please say Twilight.
I'll tell you the names, and you tell me if it makes sense.
Okay.
One is called The Twinning Moons. One is called One Dark Doorway. One is called Parchment Lovers. And one is called The Howler's Theory.
Ali, this book is not published.
No, I know. I'm just saying if this hasn't decided what the plot is. I have options.
You can pick any fantasy. You can pick any real world romance book if you want to, and I can just make.
Yeah,
it
you
canon.
can. That's what I have done.
Yeah.
I know from original thoughts, I thought of maybe. God, stop being in FNAF, Meg.
I'm sorry. I tried to turn my mic on. I'm like, what if it was just warrior cats?
Do that. Do that.
I know the one idea I had a while ago was like they're separated from like a big distance, and that was it. That was all I had. Like they
Oh my
met
God.
and then they were separated.
5 feet apart. You the one with Cole Sprouse?
I don't know what that is.
Or what about, do you know that old Greek story of the one where the guy, like, rows across a river or something every night?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about? And then he, like, dies. He, like, drowns.
What the fuck
I think
are you
I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. A little element of that.
The only thing I could say is the only option I could give is Romeo and Juliet, fucking all those Twilight variations, and then the Notebook.
Twilight.
That's all I could think
The
of.
Notebook!
I like
Oh my God.
I like the sound of the parchment one. So yeah, a mix of all that.
It's the best romance book you've ever read. And then you get to the end, and you realize he hasn't finished it, and you're like, your skin is like itching. You want to know what happens so bad. But it's not physically written. You can't continue to read because it hasn't been written yet, and it's so frustrating for you.
I think Cecilia is crying. Like, I think she's just, like, holding in sobs from how beautiful it is.
I thought you were gonna say from anger because it's not over yet.
Also that. And then she's gonna, like, quietly put it back. And, she's gonna leave the closet. And just chill with everybody else. And just kind of be
She just has tear
looking
stains.
at Viz. Yeah, it looks... I clearly been crying. But she's just gonna be, like, looking at Viz every couple seconds. Just, like... staring.
Viz, when he gets back, he does go, like... I'm guessing, like, this could have happened while Viz was gone, right? So was, like, Cecilia out of the closet then? Like, when he got back?
I think she would have left when... It would have taken a while to read a book.
Depends how much you
Okay.
have written. We talking like
That's
a
a good
fourth,
point.
2/3, half of it?
I know Viz would have immediately went to go check the closet because he remembered that it was in there. So, I don't know, it'd be funny if he, like, went, he's like, oh, she's gone! And then he comes back, he's like, oh, there. He's like, oh, yeah, here's your little friend back.
Thank you.
You alright?
She's going to, like, just kind of look at Viz, like, with, like, a newfound, like, wow, that's that person. This person is multifaceted. Just kind of, like, stare and just, like, I'm fine. Do you ever just consume a piece of media so beautiful you just cry?
No, I can't say that I have. I mean, Nev has thrown media at me, and I've cried in result of that, but can't say that. I mean, I guess in a roundabout sort of way, yeah.
Nev would be the kid to show her friends gore videos because she's that off.
What about, you're an avid writer. You're a journalist.
Yeah.
Do you read much?
Sometimes. Other times I get distracted with, writing stuff. I mean, I read from time to time, I guess.
What do you like to read?
Well, kind of depends. I mean, if I'm being honest, I do like to read a little romance novel here and there, but I also mostly like to read the funnies in the paper. like over there, and he points to like the corner by the fireplace. There's like boxes of like old newspapers. Like, you know, I have something published in each of those, but I like reading the funny parts in them.
I see. I'm quite the romance enthusiast myself,
Ah,
and I've read a lot. So if you'd ever like recommendations, just let me know.
yeah. I mean, if I read one soon, I'll let you know. Yeah. Nothing's
Mhm.
clicking for Viz.
Mhm. Um, I'm always a fan of the ones where there's some sort of great physical distance between the characters. It always makes it a little fun.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Viz is like, that's weird. That's,
Hmm. They're always the best ones. And she's just gonna kind of like stare.
Yeah.
I've read some of your writing in the papers.
Oh, you have? Yeah.
There's quite a narration to them.
Viz is entirely lost.
At that time, Ginny comes up to you. Viz, do you have a... oh my god, that is not Ginny's voice. Hey, Viz, do you have a Just manic.
Oh my god! Aiden!
Oh my god.
What does she ask?
Oh my god. I was a different character, sorry. Ginny comes up to you and goes, hey Viz, we're thinking of starting... Well, still not her voice. Y'all. Hey, y'all. We were thinking of starting a beer pong table. Do you have one somewhere? We'd be, doing a tournament. You want in, Cecilia?
Sure. And she's just gonna turn around and walk away.
She's doing alright.
Make an insight check on behalf of Ginny. I mean, she looks fine, but Cecilia always looks a little lost in her own head. Ooh, what were we talking about?
I got another nat 20.
You got a nat 20?
Yeah.
For what?
For insight, I guess. I don't know for what. You just told me to roll.
Oh, I said let me roll an insight. But you got a nat 20?
Oh!
Yeah, Cecilia's hiding something that's weird. You actually start to get nervous because what if she snooped through your stuff? What if she's making... Is this a very insecure person?
Yes, very insecure with that topic.
What if she read it? What if she read it and didn't like it? What if she was making fun of you?
Viz begins to, like, get more antsy and, like, kind of, like, start tapping his foot real quick. He's like,
But...
Huh.
Well, then another thought crosses your mind. What if she loved it? And what does that mean if she loved it?
Viz is going through a roller coaster of emotions right now. He's like, oh my god. He's like, we could clear off my table, I guess. We could use that as a table.
Hell yeah. That sounds like a good way to do it. Just so you know, I'm a champ. But I want you on my team. And, like, grabs you by the shoulder and drags you towards beer pong.
Then
I thought this was going in a completely different direction. I just got back and all I said, I heard table and I'm like, what?
No, beer pong!
Oh no. Beer pong,
you
Meg,
missed a
beer pong.
talk. So, yeah, throughout the night, then Viz starts looking at Cecilia for a few seconds, like, what is this? What?
They're just both staring at each other.
Yeah,
Do
Cecilia,
any of us
every once in a
notice
while
this
you look
shit?
over at Viz and you're like, does he know? Does he know? It's like it's a weird energy.
Does any of us else notice this?
Are you guys being subtle
Energy?
about this?
Well,
Being
Viz is
nervous
trying.
about it.
Viz is trying to be subtle, so he's trying to make Cecilia know that he's not looking at her.
Cecilia thinks she's subtle, but she's never had to be subtle in her life. So I don't think she knows what that means.
You guys notice a bit of tension. But regardless, the night is enjoyable. Is there anything else anybody would like to do?
Quick question, because it has been 2 weeks in real life. Real quick, when we were talking about the sketch mission and stuff, right? There was a mention of the hilts coming through there or something, right? Where we're going, or am I going crazy? Or maybe I'm mixing up things.
There was no...
There was no mention? I thought we mentioned something about the hilts.
I don't believe there was concrete evidence that they would be where you were going. I think you
But
guys
they've been
inferred
through
there was a possibility they could be there, if your theories are correct.
Or there might have been some mention of the hilt with whatever information we got at the end of when Cecilia was looking through the little Loxodon kid's mind.
Gotcha. But we have evidence to where, like, there's a possibility that they might even know of that person. Or, like, the person's been through there or something.
Yeah, it's all speculation at this point.
It's all speculation. Okay.
Yeah, but you're starting to bring some pieces together.
With that speculation, Rhett wants to go and approach Ginny whenever it's, like, a little bit, like, distracted. Like, whenever she's done, like not doing the beer pong, kind of, like, on her own, maybe. Maybe Rhett will try and approach her about it.
I'll just roll to see how she did at beer pong. Ginny lost. Pretty badly.
Oh, no. I'm gonna come to her when she's angry.
But she's not mad about it. She's having a good time. She's drinking. It's, she's having fun. She's leaning against the table, like, sipping from her drink, sees you approach. Hey, Ray, how you doing?
Doing alright, darling.
Yeah,
Refills
so
drink.
Thank you.
Refills
Leans over, and all animosity from your previous interaction gone, leans in, kisses you on the cheek, and thanks, takes a sip. Big city.
He accepts it.
Bright lights. I'm a big fan.
I'm not too used to city life like this, so it's quite beautiful here.
Me neither. Born and raised in the countryside, but this is nice.
I don't mean to bring up any sore topics now, but I will say, after a bit of digging, he'll, like, kind of, like, lower his tone enough to where she can at least hear him, but not too low to where, like, she couldn't hear him with all the stuff going on, probably. He'll basically kind of explain, after a little bit of looking, I think we're starting to gather where we're all going to go help with Sketch. There's a possibility that the hilt might have been where we're going to, or at least maybe tied a bit into it.
Alright.
The only reason I bring this up is because I do remember one of the first main interactions we saw between you and your cousin Bishop was you seeming to have a bit of a strong opinion on the hilt.
Well, yeah. Strong opinion is being generous. I have been aware of the Hilt's actions before, and I know of their reputation, if that's what you're asking.
I just want to double check and see. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. It seems like you might have a bit of a ties with them, I wanted to know if you wanted us to look for anything specific. If you're not coming along. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. You could tell anyone else, but I just want you to know.
She hesitates, leaning down, kind of looking into her glass for a minute. Sometimes we think we know somebody. And then they leave our lives for a bit, and the next time we see them, they're cold-blooded killers.
Sorry, that made me laugh a little bit. Sorry. Rhett's fine, he's listening. That made me laugh a little.
And when that happens, it can be a little hard to stomach. I'm not a person who changes all that much. Maybe it's a flaw. No, it's definitely a flaw. But it's what I'm managing. I know who I am, and I am who I am. Some people, as Bridget tells me, don't always know who they are. And maybe who they are is not good.
I can understand that quite well, I think.
Look, I got upset. I acted on behalf of a person that I don't know I know anymore.
Mm.
If the hilt really is killing people, then maybe I never knew him. Just be careful. Because if there's one thing I know about the hilt, is that they've always been ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
And relentless. So if you're going in picking a fight, best of fucking luck. You'll need it.
Fair. I just wanted to at least make you aware of it.
And that is much appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what y'all are getting into, but be careful. The hilt never did mix up in anything easy. That's the only thing I'll say about that.
I would like to say careful is our middle name, but looks at the group's chaos.
Yeah. Oh man, I feel
Probably
bad
still
for that
wrestling
little...
going on.
Yeah, for real. I feel bad for that little apprentice lady that is taking y'all out. She really thought that she could be stealthy, but you guys are gonna get caught immediately. Just be careful.
Well, to be completely fair, they did originally ask Nev, of all people, so I think that they should have seen it coming.
Were they out of options or something? Do they have no friends?
I would have, that is a great question.
Well, just be careful. And Bridget and I are here if you need anything, and sounds like you're about to go on an adventure.
Mm-hmm. We'll try and make it back. In at least one piece.
Almost wish I could go with you. But Bridget's gotta study. And I got my own things to attend to, I guess.
Can I don't know, maybe I'm misreading it. On that line of I wish I could go with you. Can I insight to see if that is more so of just she just wants the chaos of it, or is it because of what I told her before?
Make an insight check.
Can I insight that? Okay. I gotta forget open this thingy to open the app thingy. Why is it lagging on my phone so much? Sorry. I rolled a 15. I just gotta look at my insight. Sorry for the delay. 15 plus 3, so 18.
There's something there. You're not sure what it is. You settle for, at the very least, it's curiosity. But there's too much emotion for it to be curiosity. Maybe it's nostalgia. You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely about your conversation. And the adventure. It's Jenny. She likes adventure, but there's something weighted to this.
Mm-hmm. Again, before we leave, just let me know. Or anyone else. Doesn't have to be me.
Can you just let me know if they're gone?
What were they before? I'm a good usually read on telling if someone's gone or not. But what were they like before?
She like sighed at that, like it's like a weighted question. Lots of things. But not gone.
Rhett like kinda like, you know, shifts his head like back and forth and he's like, I think I understand.
Yeah. If there's nothing there, just, you know, let me know so I have the peace of mind to finally
Closure.
let this all go.
Understood.
Yeah. I owe it to Bishop at least. If the hilt really is what the world says they are, then I should know. Should let it go. Anyway, this is way too deep of a conversation for me, and there's nobody for me to
Definitely.
sleep with later, so I'm just gonna keep drinking more.
He's gonna take her drink and swap it with the bottle and take her drink and drink it.
Thank you kindly. Drinks out of the bottle and walks away.
Yeah.
Alright. Anything else anyone would like to do tonight, or are we gonna get our rest?
I love that you continued in the Ginny voice. Our rest.
Our rest. It's because it's hard to switch back.
Yes, we shall rest.
Alright. What are the sleeping arrangements like?
All right.
Nev sleeps.
thought of this.
Oh, okay. Actually, no. You assign seated. Also,
yeah,
it's
it's his apartment.
All right. Usually when Nev comes over, she gets the bed. That can still be the case unless Nev wants to sleep in that closet.
No, Nev will take the bed. She
Nev
doesn't
takes the
have a
bed.
bed.
Someone could sleep on the balcony if they want. Someone could sleep on the couch.
That'll be Aurora. Aurora
How
will take the
big is
balcony.
How big is Viz's bed again?
It's the biggest size. King is the
California
biggest size?
King?
That's
Yeah.
really
California.
funny for a 3'5" woman.
I just realized it is FNAF 3 now. So yeah, it's a very big bed just for Nev now.
Well,
So-
here's the thing. It fits her and her big gun. She's sleeping with her gun.
Oh God.
Someone could sleep on the floor in the bedroom.
She has her like legs wrapped around it like a body pillow.
Viz has a lot of big blankets. Like, Viz he only lives here with him and Liberto, but he has a lot of blankets. So, anywhere on the floor, someone could sleep on the couch. Maybe two people on the couch if they want, because it's like a pull-out kind of couch. Yeah. I mean, he'd prefer if no one slept in his walk-in closet. But
I was expecting Cecilia to do that.
I think Cecilia has already.
Yeah, I think Cecilia's
She just like passes out in it.
you're just like you're
like,
just asleep
book on her
Chrome's
lap, just like head back.
all right, closet's taken. Yeah.
The rest of you
Basically,
kind of just
I mean-
like crash on the floor around in those spots.
If you
Yeah,
want
I
to sleep
think
in the tub, you could.
That's where Ginny passes out.
Slipping up.
Yeah, she passes
Never
out there.
mind.
Mirabel's fine just sleeping on the floor wherever.
Rhett's
Aurora's
gonna,
out on the balcony.
Rhett's gonna sleep on the floor next to the fireplace.
Damn it. That's
Lincoln,
my
don't you
spot.
dare turn my computer off.
Well, you can join Viz.
Alright.
Consider my dice trait.
You slowly all find your way to sleep after a night of rowdiness. And, you know, it's peaceful. 1 a.m. turns into 2 a.m., which turns into 3 a.m. And, the city slowly becomes quieter. More quieter than it usually is.
Back to Aurora, because she's on the balcony, she only has her like 4-hour trance. She just spends the rest of the time just watching the city.
What time do you go to bed, Aurora?
Probably just whenever everyone else conks out.
About what time do you think that would be?
Is everyone calling it quits around midnight?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or it's probably
Midnight,
past midnight, probably, but yeah.
Yeah, but like between midnight and 2 a.m., I'll say.
All right, midnight, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. turns into 3 a.m. You guys all sleep for, hour and a half, and then around 3:15, 3:20, you guys hear on your door. Very
Like
quick.
a knock?
Yeah, very quick, fast knocking.
Oh.
Nev gets her gun.
What does anyone wake? Well, first, does anyone wake up? Like, does it wake?
You all
any
hear
of us
it.
in the
It's
main room?
loud. Like it
Oh,
jolts
okay.
you all awake.
Rhett's gonna
Except Ginny, who blacked out in the bathtub.
Rhett's gonna
That's
be
fair.
like, the fuck?
Right, Viz will
He's gonna.
get up.
Mirabelle's awake, dagger in hand.
Aurora has her glaive in hand.
You guys all sit up and you wait a second, and you hear it again. That knocking. It's getting more insistent now.
Rhett's gonna like sneak up like quietly without like trying to make sure it doesn't sound like movement. Is there like a little peephole?
Yeah, there's a
This
little
door? People. What do I see?
You look out through the peephole and you see Sketch. She's tapping her foot, crazily tapping her foot. She's in like a jacket over her shirt, and her hair is in complete disarray, and there's a cut on her forehead that's slowly oozing blood.
Rhett's going to very, very swiftly and quickly open the door and drag Sketch in.
You open the door and they go, "Oh, fantastic!" And then you pull them in the door, and they go,
What
I'm
happened to
fine.
you?
We need to go now. Grab your things. If you're coming now, or I'm leaving without you.
Okay, while they're getting ready, explain what happened.
There's been a change of plans. There's a car. It's moving, and it's moving now. We can follow it. We can figure out where it's going. I'm going now.
Very
Jeez,
fair.
all right, fine. You at least could have called beforehand. As Nev's like buckling up her vest and like strapping her gun onto her back.
Make a athletics check for me.
Me?
Yeah.
Athletics check. Give me a minute.
Are you hopping up and down on one foot, getting your pants on, or?
Yeah. What am I doing? Why am I making an athletics check?
You're just making an athletics check.
Okay. Athletics. I'll be 13.
13. Sketch grabs you by the shoulder and pushes you against the wall and goes, "Do I look like I'm fucking around right now, Navanya? This is not a joke. Grab your things," and lets you go.
Okay. All right. Fine. Jeez.
Technical question. Are we getting a short rest or a long rest?
You get a short rest.
And with that short rest, Cecilia would have used Arcane Recovery to get back a second level spell.
That's fine.
Can I use Detect Thoughts on Sketch?
Sure. What's the save on that? Are you going deep?
Just surface thoughts first.
Surface thoughts? Surface thoughts are, they're going too slowly. We need to hurry. We're gonna miss them. This is our one shot.
Only technical question I have. Is it technically dawn at this point or not quite yet?
No, not quite.
Gotcha.
Witching hour. It's like 3:15.
Because I didn't really need much of a rest. I didn't take anything from that last fight, so aside from looking for the charge back on my dagger, I'm pretty much good. Mirabelle's ready to go now.
We're probably gonna have to use all my dice because I took a hit.
7.
Yeah. I'll push deeper.
What's the save?
Wisdom 14.
Wisdom 14. She makes a save. She feels you pressing, and you feel a force, like a wall. Very trained wall. It surprises you, like, the ferocity behind this resistance, it's someone who's been heavily trained in magic and pushes you out and goes, "You could just ask me a question. I'm happy to answer it. I prefer you didn't go snooping around in my head. We have to go."
In the meantime, Rat's gonna, like, having already gotten ready and stuff, also hand Sketch a rag. Your forehead, darling.
What? And they reach up and they go, "Oh," and dab their face with their hand.
Yeah, what the fuck happened?
No, don't do that. Don't dab it with your hand. He's gonna clean it
like
for her.
dabs
for them then.
it like with the rag, like
Okay, I was like, dabs it with their hand.
Their hand, like their hand wrapped in the rag, and then like dabs their head, and they're just kind of distracted. They go, I was watching them, and I ran away. I'm fine. I just turned down an alley I was expecting and tried to climb the fence.
Oh, you
and
tripped.
scratched- No, I didn't trip, Navanya. I scratched my head on the fence when I was trying to climb it to get away. I don't think they saw me.
I'm gonna insight check that.
Same.
Who's
Yeah,
they?
I'm gonna insight that too.
I suck at insight, so I'm not gonna do that.
What were you
There's a
saying,
19.
Cecilia? 19? They seem honest.
Oh, she's asking who is they.
I don't know. The individuals who are doing the trade? That's what we're going to look for, isn't it? Red robes, red clothing, daggers, attire. Thieves, by all counts, and I can spot them if we move. But if we lose them, I'm going to be honestly furious. I stopped, turn around, and come find you. Had I not already agreed to take you all with me, I would have gone on my own.
Well, then let's get to move on.
Fantastic. She darts out the door.
Neb
We follow.
follows.
Okay. You all begin to push through the night. Westover is a different kind of beast in the evening. It's pretty vacant, pretty quiet. You see the occasional beggar on the street walking by, kind of looking up at you. There's a couple drunks who look like they're just walking around. But for the most part, you're left alone. Every once in a while, you'll see guard step by, and Sketch actually like leans in and darts out of the way, realizing that your group moving probably would look suspicious. Leans in, waits, and keeps going, and begins to lead you away from this portion of the city. Instead, you move into North Bend, which is one of the suburbs, and then you pass around North Bend, and Sketch takes another left, and you realize that you're moving down the pedestals of the city. You're actually getting lower and lower and lower and closer to the ground, the floating city becoming separate parts entirely. And as you begin to move, you get into shadier and shadier neighborhoods. Viz, you've never even been in some of these parts of Westover. Boarded up hovels, apartments that look like they have 8 or 9 people living in them, taverns that are run down, that are still open, and people stumbling out drunk. Sketch knows where she's going. Left, right, another left, straight ahead for half a mile, and then finally holds up a hand and goes, shh, and ducks around an alleyway.
We duck and follow?
You duck, and as you do, you realize Sketch's brain is incredibly fast and moves at an incredibly quick pace. You realize she's calculated a route from where she saw them first and managed to get you guys and then go to a position where you would be watching them pass down the street. She's been mathematically calculating the amount of time it would take to move between each of these spots. And it's an incredible feat of intelligence in general, but now you kind of see what she's been staring at. And you see a cart covered being pulled by 2 horses. And there is 2 individuals behind it and 2 individuals on top of it. And they're wearing stained, dyed red armor, and one of them has a crimson lapel over their shoulder. Mirabelle. These look a little bit like old Allery Syndicate uniforms, but they've changed significantly. They almost look like, I don't know, something new. Again, this isn't their usual MO, but it's not too dissimilar to some of the things that has been worn by the Syndicate before. But you can't say for certain that it is them. You don't recognize any of these 4 people, for starters. And carrying carts full of things through cities, even at night, is risky.
Mirabelle's just eyeing them warily, trying to put pieces together in her head of that this doesn't make sense, this isn't the Allery Syndicate's usual MO, but she recognizes the uniforms to some degree. Something about this is familiar and yet not adding up to her, and it's got her very invested and cautious, I guess.
Would they look like the people Cecilia saw in the Luxodon's mind?
The robes are not dissimilar. They're pretty close. These aren't the same people, but there's a color scheme and a style scheme going on here. Distinct enough that you can blend in individually, but coherent enough that as a group, they almost stand out.
And what is Sketch doing at this point? We're just watching?
Watching, and she has her hand held up and pulled into a fist. Like the universal symbol for kind of like stay put. She turns to you all and goes, I saw this group. There was a trade-off. No fighting at all. Doesn't make any sense. The Nithian shipments were supposed to have been stolen. It doesn't look like these were stolen. Trust me, I was watching. Thought it was odd, so I went and got you all.
Maybe they're being distributed willingly?
All I know is that the Nithian shipments get stolen, and they disappear before anyone can even get an eye on them. There's something very strange going on.
Well, then they're not being stolen, obviously. They're being distributed. They're being stolen.
Yes, they're being purchased.
My only concern right now is figuring out where they're going. Because if we can figure out where they're going, we can figure out what they're getting used for. But if they're just disappearing out of thin air, it doesn't do anything to help any of us. That's why it's crucial you're all using discretion. All right?
Shax, if we were to, you said that right now the cart is stopped and these people are just like, they're standing or they're milling about, or like, what are they doing again?
There's 2 people behind the cart, walking behind it.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 people in the cart with like leading the horses. And then there's
and
a lift in the cart. Moving. It's covered by some kind of like shroud, but it's tall and it's a big shroud to cover it all. You have no idea what could be underneath it. No clue.
Okay. And you said the cart's still moving. It's not stopped.
Yeah, it's still moving. It's moving through the streets, and it's actually about to round a corner again. You guys just haven't moved because if you stepped out now, you would be spotted.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was stopped for some reason, so I just wanted to... Okay. No, never mind.
I think before we do anything further, Mirabelle's gonna kind of speak up. Those uniforms... I can't be certain. It has been a year since I last crossed, or it has been some time since I last crossed paths with them. But that symbol looks very similar to that of the Allery Syndicate. If that is who we're dealing with, you've seen what I'm capable of. Keep your wits about you at all times. They know how to strike from literally anywhere.
Rhett nods. And as like they're turning around the corner. So is the plan to tell them out of the city? What's the plan?
The plan is to figure out where they're going, Rhett. Look, you all have some experience in this business. I'll be honest, when mine has entirely to do with personal reasons, but I need to know what's happening with this Nithine and what it's being used for. That is my concern. It doesn't make sense. It's going through the city and then disappearing in the East End. It doesn't go through the entrances or exits, so where is it going?
Then let's keep up and keep tracking them.
Might be going underground.
Perhaps. But how do you go underground in a floating city?
We won't know
It
until
could
we
be
follow them.
teleporting.
Very advanced magic if it's teleportation. But let's figure it out.
Didn't you say you were heading towards Sudbury?
Yes, I have
It's a
sources
mine.
that believe that perhaps if they're storing Nithine anywhere in Ospadon, they could be storing it there. The mines in Umberfall
yeah.
and around that surrounding area are very regulated. But the ones north of here, vastly unexplored.
Well, then be a perfect place to hide some Nithine.
But how are they getting out of the city? Let's find them. Keep your wits about you, and please, keep your voices down.
We
Nod,
continue
nod,
on, I
nod.
guess.
Nod, nod, nod.
I need everybody.
Waddle, 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 waddle.
I need everybody to make a group stealth check.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
Alrighty.
Ooh, it's a 17 plus 4, baby! Nev is not actually walking, she's like floating.
Nat 20, baby.
She's barely making it look visible that she's floating. So it's more,
21.
she's more walking.
Nat 20.
3
Not
plus
20.
4, 7.
21.
7, 21, nat 20,
17.
17,
21.
21,
The big muscle lady is the stealthy one.
3.
3.
Oh.
Oh,
So 2 failures.
Sketch rolled a 17. You guys are able to move through pretty quietly. There's a couple moments where Coraline, you like kind of step near some of the sewer grates and they make a noise, but it doesn't echo into the night because like it's muffled between the bodies of all of you moving quietly and moving as a unit. You eventually watch as the carriage moves down 2 more side streets, and you keep a healthy distance watching, and then also keeping out of the view of guards who may be like seeing your suspicious group moving along after this cart. You kind of are able to like blend in. You move through, and eventually the cart pulls up to what looks like a storage unit, or like almost like a shop. But there's no sign on it, like a workshop. There's no sign on it. There's nothing to indicate it's anything. It's been spray painted and graffitied by some local kids. Possibly used as like a place to hang out for them during the day in like this like lower end area of Westover. And after a moment, the 2 guards at the back of the carriage go up to the side where there's like this little garage door, and they open it, and they begin to move the carriage in. They move through, and it doesn't look like it has a lock on it. You don't see them unlock anything, but they open it, and then they close the sliding door, and the carriage goes into this little facility.
It goes into a facility.
Like a little workshop or a warehouse of some kind.
Are there any kind of windows on like the roof of the warehouse from what we can see?
No, it actually is completely sloped roof. Really small. It's more the size of a storage unit. Think about like the size of like a garage that somebody might have where they do like shop work.
Oh, so pretty small. How small's the carriage?
It's not huge. It's like a standard cart.
And you said that the warehouse, it was just a plan. Do we have any descriptive factors of the warehouse?
It's small. It's very discreet. It's got the garage door that covers most of the side of the wall. There is, as far as you can tell, there's like a door there that leads into like some kind of like office space in like the main area. All in all, it's like maybe the size of a standard suburban house.
Okay. But no symbols, no like traces of like what this warehouse could be connected to.
Made of brick, completely discreet. No names, no brands, nothing on them.
No windows?
One window on the left-hand side that you can see it from here kind of leads into like the main office space where there's like a desk and like it just seems to be like empty, like a vacant empty warehouse or a vacant empty shop. It looks a lot like an empty like mechanics shop.
Okay.
It's getting a little like tense looking at this scene, just like kind of feels like way too in the open. Not enough going on, not enough to go off of, so it's like getting more tense.
This is gonna pull out Whistle-Tone and cast invisibility on Mirabelle. And then he'll be like, listen against the door, see if you can hear him.
Understood. And then I guess Mirabelle's heading to the door.
Okay.
Check for traps before you go.
You head to the door. You press up and you begin to listen. And you can hear muffled voices on the inside. And you kind of hold your hair up. And you hear the sound of like dong dong dong, like the sound of like a clanging noise. And a voice go, "Be careful with that!" And a voice go, "Sorry, boss." "Yeah, mind yourself. You think we gathered all this for you to just throw it on the ground and have it explode and kill us all? The fuck is wrong with you?" Sorry, boss. No. I think I'm gonna have a word with upper management and see what they think about your behavior. No, boss, you don't need to do that. Please, it was just an accident. I don't care if it was an accident. Do you know how hard I work? Do you know how hard we all work for this to happen? Now shut up and do your job. Yes, boss. Sorry, boss. You hear the sound of more footsteps as people move about the workshop.
Can Mirabelle kind of slip around to where that window is, see if she can see anything through it?
You slip around in the window, you look inside, and you see a brick wall, another brick wall, and then a tiny little office area with a door that leads probably into where the office is. You've seen enough of these to know that this is probably a front. And there's probably nothing that they're actually selling or doing here. And all the action is happening in that warehouse. As you're kind of standing there, you're sitting near the window, you see, the door handle to that entryway jiggle as someone begins to unlock it. And someone is probably going to be walking in. And if you were visible, you would be face to face with this person in like 30 seconds. Less than that, maybe 3 or 4 seconds, not 30, that's way too long. 3 or 4 seconds, you will be completely visible to this person if you had not had the invisibility spell casted on you. So I'm going to ask you, do you stand there?
Considering she's in... How long does invisibility last, Evan?
It's an hour, I believe.
In that case, as long as she's invisible, I guess she's staying put.
Yeah, up to an hour.
Just stay out of the way of them, that's all.
I think just out of, like, assassin instinct, she might quickly try to duck, so if it on the off chance she does become visible, she's not, like, immediately, in line of sight. But, yeah, she's gonna try to take advantage of the visibility as much as possible to kind of keep looking through the window as best as she can.
Okay. The door opens, and you come face to face. Well, you would be face to face with a woman. Give me a moment. I just gotta pull her description up. Sorry, you gotta... I had the picture, and then... I had the picture, and then I lost the picture, and now I need to remember, because I didn't write it down, and she's the only person I didn't write down.
Because we saw the door, do we see this person come out as well, just from a farther away, though?
You see a shadowed figure kind of step out, but you're too far away. You're on the other side of the street to, like, make out any, like, distinct, features. Let me see here. Let me pull up her Hero Forge mini if I can't find anything else. Okay.
I have a bad feeling about this now.
You are face to face with an individual that you have not seen before. She is moderately tall, looking normal human woman, young-ish, in her 20s in some regard. Her hair is kind of like slicked back off her forehead. It's like dark color. It's like black. And her eyes are like this like gray that are almost so gray they're almost white, and her eyebrows are pinched and she looks furious. She's literally gritting her teeth and like almost like snarling as she like steps through the door. She is dressed in dark leathers and has a almost like belt like lapel like strapped over the side of her leather armor. All the trim on it is this dark green trim. Along her hands, she has these greaves that kind of come up to like her elbow that are silver plated and protect her, just as extra additional protection on her. Like silver lined greaved boots around this leather. On her belt, you see a toolkit strapped to one side and a gun holstered to the other. And on her thighs, there are 2 daggers that attach themselves as you get a full view of her. Around her neck, you see a cape, not red, like the ones that you had seen before. This one, a dark black that cascades over. But the most distinct feature of this woman that you can see, clear as day, is a burn scar that goes from the top of her forehead around her eye and coming down her nose. Doesn't completely disfigure the face, but it does show hefty damage, likely permanent damage to her face. She steps in, walks over to the desk, throws something on over the side. You see it fall over. It looks like keys or like some kind of thing. As she begins to go through the file cabinets that you see on the other side, pulling them out, looking through them, fidgeting, grabbing a stack of papers, throwing them on the side of the square desk, taking a pen from the inside of her leather armor, scribbling her name, sliding it back in, and then walking to the front of the door. You all see the front door open. As it opens, she goes to a little mailbox on the side, drops something small in a little envelope, and shuts it. As she shuts it, she turns back inside, locks the door from the inside, and begins to go back through that door that she came through.
So she's no longer in the office then.
Yeah. She was in the office. She'll be in the office for a grand total of 45 seconds if you would like to do something. She's moving fast. She's a woman on a mission.
Those keys you said she tossed onto the desk, are they still there? Or is there like... I'm trying to think. Do I have Mirabelle try to like... Well, I guess while she's in the room, I guess Mirabelle's gonna try to, maybe from where she is, because, again, invisible, see if she can see exactly what this woman's writing down.
You see that she's signing something. It's not anywhere near long enough to be, like, a note or anything. It's just, like, it seems like she's signing her name and, like, putting it in a really small envelope and dropping it in the mailbox.
Is it legible enough, or I guess maybe close enough that Mirabelle could decipher the name?
Make a perception check with disadvantage. That's a hard ask. It's in cursive and shit too. It's a hard ask.
That's an @1. I don't think I can get any lower than that.
No, you can't tell.
Was there any obvious sign? Those keys that she threw on the desk, was there any obvious sign of what they were used for? That I could possibly tell?
She grabbed them as she's leaving. So they just are probably like keys to the front door of the warehouse. But there's several keys on it, so you're not sure.
I think for now Mirabelle might let that go. That this window and that front garage door are like the only two possible ways in and out of this building, correct?
Yes, looks like it. You do a full lap and you conclude, it's a small building, you do a full lap and conclude that yes.
I guess in that case, Mirabelle will probably slip back to the group and relay what she picked up out of this.
Mirabelle comes back, tells you all everything.
Okay. Rhett's gonna go look at Sketch then. So, what's your plan?
My plan is to wait when everything gets quiet. And see where all that Nithine goes. Find it hard to believe that every single Nithine shipment stolen is being stockpiled at that warehouse. Seems a bit small and unlikely, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Might be a risk if us waiting once it gets quiet and try and go in. We don't know if they're taking it somewhere different.
That's true.
I did scout out the entire building. Aside from the window I was looking into, that front garage door is pretty much the only way in or out of that building.
Mm-hmm. So, they either have a way inside of the garage to get out, or they're using teleportation, if they're not keeping it in there.
It's up to you all. What do you want to do?
Mm-hmm.
It could have a pit.
That window that Mirabelle was looking into, did it look locked or openable at all? Or is it basically just like a hole in the wall with a sheet of glass in front of it?
It looks openable from the inside.
Damn it.
What about the window?
I mean, that
the
was
window,
what I
yeah.
was asking about.
Sorry.
The window's
I thought you
openable
said
from the
door.
inside, yeah.
Means the only way in from the outside would be smashing it, which don't want to do that probably.
Are there no other doors?
It's just that one door and the garage door.
And then the one window.
Mm-hmm.
Mirabelle,
Are there any... Oh, sorry.
did you say that you could hear them?
Through the door, yes. It does seem like whoever is handling whatever they had wasn't doing a very good job out of it. There were concerns that if further mishandled, they might explode.
Not good. Well. Wait. Sketch looks up and begins to do like mental math in her head. Did you say they were unloading it?
By the sounds of things, yes.
Unloading it to do what?
That, I'm afraid I do not have an answer for. All I could hear was them unloading it, and someone getting quite angry that they were not handling it carefully.
Which also means that they're not going anywhere else with it if they're unloading it for now.
Aurora. you hear a sound. It's not discernible to many ears. It sounds kind of just like the sound of a light switch, almost like, you know when you flick a light switch on and it kind of, you can almost hear like like a sound like that as it goes on. Most people tune those sounds out, especially for most of the party here. You tune the sound out, you know, seems like you're turning a light switch on, you're pulling the switch to turn it on, but this is a familiar sound to you. It's distinctly different. And it brings back feelings of go time. And you hear the sound, and to you it feels like a light switch. It feels like that moment for you.
To do something or to go.
Yes. And it's distinctly coming from the warehouse.
Okay.
And in a
Aurora, who's been quiet and listening and observing.
I was gonna say, in a feeling that is discernible to everybody else except you, you almost feel a pull, like right around your navel, like this pull towards the warehouse. You can't explain it. But
Aurora. Okay, she's been kind of like neutral, just silently observing and listening. She suddenly like stands up straight, like her ears just like go out. She has her glaive still on her back, but she like kind of puts a hand to it and just takes like that sort of that pull sensation, kind of takes like a step forward. Something's happening.
What do you mean?
She takes another step towards the building. Does she see anything or like pick up anything? I guess do I?
No sight, just that pull in your gut and the sound.
Okay. Her ears twitch, and she moves towards the warehouse.
Whoa, darling. Grab Barb.
Aurora looks at Rhett. I don't know, but something feels familiar. I just felt something from that. I can hear something from that warehouse. We need to go now.
I was about to say, Mirabelle's still invisible right now, correct?
Yeah, we were just talking to an invisible person.
Yeah.
The entire time.
I guess at that, Mirabelle's gonna kind of head back towards the door and see if she can hear anything through it, since she's the only one they wouldn't be able to pick up on if that door were to open right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess
Aurora's
she's trying to play.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just Aurora's staring at the warehouse, and like, if Rhett's got a hand on her, he can feel that she's like wanting to move towards the warehouse.
I guess Mirabelle, I don't know if she'd be able to pick up on this sound at all, but if Aurora says she hears something, then Mirabelle's gonna, I guess, try to pay extra close attention to whatever she hears from the other side of that door.
You all approach the door and you hear like, it kind of throws you off at first because you hear like the sound of like somebody pulling something and like, it's so heavy, and that sound of that woman's voice again being like, put your back into it, come on people, move, and the sound of just like as like you hear and then the sound of like something just like disappearing. Come on, man, people, let's go, boss is looking for it. Another sound again, things disappearing.
Am I still hearing and I haven't heard that click sound again, right? I just heard it the one time.
You heard it the one time, but every time you hear the sound, the pull in your navel tugs just a little bit.
We need to get in there. There's something. I don't know how to explain it, but there's something happening in there. Aurora looks at Rhett. It feels familiar.
Unfortunately, this door is our only way in, and I don't think we're getting in without drawing attention to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and Nev cracks her fingers.
No.
Oh,
And
push his gun down with finger. No.
she's like, what? Look, I know it's supposed to be a stealth mission, but if these guys get away with it, we're not going to learn anything.
Sketch is going to try and grapple you, Nev. Make an athletics check.
Yes. Oh wait, that's the wrong die.
And just to make sure
Athletics?
one more time, when
Yeah.
when Mirabelle did the circle around, the only in and out entrance exit was the door, the garage door.
That's the 16.
The
Yes, yes,
yes.
Aurora.
Except for there is that window, but it's not openable from the outside. The only other way that's truly in or out is this big garage door in front of us.
Sketch wraps her arm around your throat, Nev, so you can't speak, and leans down, and she, like, puts her face right next to her and goes, if you blow this for me, I will make your life hell. Do you understand?
My life's already hell, but fine.
Lets you go. Holds up a hand and goes, did you say it sounds like things are disappearing in there?
Yes, it feels. Can Aurora pick up anything from this like tug in her gut, like why this seems familiar to her?
Make a insight check on yourself.
Insight check on myself. Okay. That one.
That one. You can't discern much, but you can feel the pull. And you think because you can feel the pull, maybe you know how long until it closes. And you kind of like hone in on that. You don't know why you're feeling it or what's going on with that. But you think you could maybe pick up how long it's going to last. And it seems like the pull and the yoink feeling, it's not going away. You think that there's a chance this could be open for some time. You hear the voice again, and all of you hear it now because you're standing so close. And you're all kind of just hovering outside. You hear the voice go, all right, people, move it. Shit. And then a pause as she, like, the sound of someone listening. Some customer goes, boss, and she goes, shh, and, like, holds up her hand to, like, stop. And you see she's, like, listening to something. Those of you who know and understand arcane magic can pick up that perhaps she's on the receiving end of a sending spell. Yes, we're moving it back to headquarters now. Yeah, it's gonna work, don't worry. And it's weird because it sounds like there's some kind of two-way connection here. You don't know how advanced this magic is, but it sounds like she's in response to something being said. No. Everybody who comes has to be cleared by boss. I don't care what her motives are. Are you listening to me? I said I don't care what her motives are. Do I have to make myself clear again? Perfect. Thank you. Tell Generva if she wants to go through the process, she can speak to one of our supervisors in Ashedonia. I don't care what motive she has. That's none of my concern. Any new recruits, go through Jarvis in Ashedonia. All right. That's the last you're going to hear of it. And if you bring this up to me again, I will take care of you myself. Understood? Fantastic.
We all hear this.
Yeah, you can all hear this. Clear as day conversation. It's a two-sided conversation.
As soon as we hear Nev hears the name Jarvis, she just looks right at Viz.
Know what those guns are gonna be used for?
I recognized one of those names. Did I or not?
I think Mirabelle looks.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I think Mirabelle looks a little off-put at this too, because I believe Jarvis did offer her a chance to work with him when we encountered him all the way back in like session 1 or 2 or whatever it was.
I'll say Aurora's going to look at the group and go, I don't know how much more time we have before they close this connection, but we need to move soon.
The pull, you actually can tell. And the pull doesn't seem to be fading. They seem to be doing their job, and you actually have this sense that whatever that pull is, it's staying put for a minute as you hear the and groans of like things moving through.
Okay. Aurora definitely looks unnerved by this weird sensation she's feeling.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd feeling for sure. You hear the sound of someone going, "What now?" "I'll give my clearance on the other side. Move." And you hear the sound of that sound of like feet walking, and then of somebody disappearing, and then for a minute, all you hear are the pull, get it in, and then the sound of somebody walking back through, and the voice picks up again. "All right, clear on the other side. Everybody grab your things. We're going through." And "Yes, ma'am. Yes, boss. Yes, boss." As there's a new motion and movement now. It sounds like they're almost finished.
Nev's like, "We gotta move."
What is the plan?
Are we following them?
It sounds like we're following them into their headquarters.
That's exactly
quickly outnumbered.
That's exactly where I need to go. We need to figure out where that is. And if you all are too scared to stay behind, I understand, but I'm going in there.
Well,
You calling me a pussy? Nah, I'm coming with you.
Reginald could go. Reginald could go.
Not a bad idea.
You get Reginald inside, though.
Is there like a gap under the door?
It's a sliding door. It's a sliding garage door. If you're discreet, you could pull it open and see what's going on inside, but you'd have to get down on the ground and lift it very slowly.
Somebody wants to lift this just a little, very slowly. Reginald can go through.
Yeah, Aurora just whoop.
Okay.
Slowly and carefully.
Make a stealth check,
very
Aurora.
Oh.
This will help.
Just before. Oh, I was gonna say before Aurora does that. Oh shit! Never mind. I can't do it. I'm on a second level spells. Sorry.
You were trying to say, Viz?
Viz is gonna like grab like the edge right by like where it just becomes a wall and help lift there. So he's like out of frame, but to help lift it anyways.
Okay.
So was that an at advantage, or I'm still just doing a straight roll?
Make it with advantage.
Okay, thank you. Oh, still. Okay. Oh god, it was the same number twice. 14 total.
14 total. Just the slightest hint of sound, and you all kind of wince. But Cecilia, you're looking down, and you realize that nobody is paying attention to you. For the most part, right now, you feel like you're not being seen because you peek down to let Reginald in, and you get a full view of the interior. It's not big. And you see the weirdest thing in front of you. A completely empty warehouse. Standard cement floors. And you see red-cloaked rogues walking towards this thing. It's like... The best way I could describe it is it's like a Milky Way condensed together and swirling. It's about 15 feet high, 8 feet wide, and it's just swirling in place. And you can't see beyond it. But you see one of the guards, the first figure, walk through. Then you see the figure that Mirabelle had mentioned, the one in the green armor, step through. And then slowly the other two move in behind them. And
Reginald will go in with the last one.
Reginald
like just
in.
a beat behind.
And
then I want
dips in.
And I will then see through his eyes.
Okay.
Do you describe this to us, or you just send Reginald in?
I'm just gonna say very quietly that there's a Milky Way contraption.
Does that trigger any memories for me?
Not the description of it, no.
Okay. Oh. Or just like, huh?
And
Is there anyone else in the room?
in the room? No.
Okay. Then as the last figure goes through, Cecilia will also lift the thing a little bit more so Aurora can see it.
Is it still there when the
Yeah, is the thing
warehouse
still
is empty
whatever
out?
the
Yeah.
swirly bit is?
Yeah.
So you pull up the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, we're just like,
You
if
throw open the
Cecilia's
door
giving you
and
okay.
and the wheel is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And not only is the milky door still there, that connection Aurora is like pulling you. You don't feel like it's closing. This is a duration, and they've just left it open for the duration. You don't know how much longer it's going to last though, but you can feel that pull getting a little more urgent. You probably only have a couple of minutes to make a decision.
Okay, Aurora just like stares at this thing, like completely gobsmacked, and goes, "We need to go through there.
We don't know where that goes, darling.
We
Looks
only
at
have a moment.
Looks like
before
it's
it closes."
Is Cecilia looking through Reginald's eyes? Like, can I
I'm
tell?
trying to.
Yeah. Rhett's gonna be like,
I think, well, yeah, she would be like lying on the ground, like her eyes completely like hazy.
yeah. Rhett's like, wait,
very
and
still.
looks at Cecilia. Because Cecilia can talk, she just can't hear or
Yeah, I
see,
can
right?
hear her see.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is like when Aiden does the Avatar echo thing.
A little, yeah.
Rhett wants to wait to see what Cecilia sees and what she says
Yeah.
out loud.
Yeah.
So what Shucks, what does Reginald see?
What does Reggie see?
Shucks?
Jax?
Sorry, I was talking and my mic was muted. Why?
Oh
I
god.
was gonna say I could hear you talking, but I was like, what?
Why explain it when I could just show you?
Oh
Okay.
dear.
Whoa, whoa.
Shucks
Now-
just sends us a live stream from the International Space Station.
Oh god!
Yo, what?
They went to the moon.
I would love that. Can we go to the moon, Shucks? Wait, which one do we want to go to? They have names, right? What are the names of the moons?
I want to go to the one that's made of cheese.
I want to go to. Do you want to go to
What
do
the heck
we-
is that?
Do we want to go to the she/her moon or the he/him moon?
So here is
And-
what you guys
I
see.
mean, obviously the she/her moon.
I can't see it. And do we have to look at the stream?
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta look at the stream.
yeah, you all
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Which?
My question is, who does Reginald follow?
Oh damn.
Reginald will follow the last one. Like he will be kind of like just a step behind them.
Okay, one of the guards or the leader?
The guard.
Okay.
Guys, I think we're supposed to follow them, like all of us. I mean, the title is called "The Place of No Return."
Okay, so Reginald flies in, and you see what looks to be some kind of like internal barracks. You see that none of the crates, or like what you assume to be crates, are on, and at the present, there's nobody in this barracks room. And you realize this because all the doors are open and all the movement has been outside, and Reginald soars through and enters some kind of courtyard. Can you guys see this on the stream?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Reginald
Yep.
enters some kind of
It's
courtyard.
daytime for them, interesting.
No, it's not. I fucked up.
Oh, never mind.
It's nighttime. Reginald follows one of the guards, who is not too far from here, and ducks into the back onto his cloak and underneath. So you have eyes, and you could peer out and see the leader, who steps out and speaks to someone out in this courtyard. It's a familiar sight to you, Cecilia, because it's the little frog with the giant fire elemental that was with Jarvis when you guys were in Ashedonia.
I'm gonna be saying this out loud. Just like
describe all this.
recounting it to everybody.
They start having a conversation, but you can't hear it because the little guy is moving on. Reginald is moving on. Because Reginald comes in here next. It looks to be like a big room. There's like some thing downstairs. You're not sure what it is. But your guard moves upstairs. And I did roll for this. Your guard is here, and he moves upstairs. And upstairs, you see the man that you saw in your vision when you were reading through the little girl's head at the observatory.
Mm-hmm.
It is Sickle. Okay. And he is speaking to somebody here with their back to the guard. And they are... he seems to have just gotten there, and they're engrossed in a conversation. But the guard is not close enough for you to pick it up.
Okay.
But...
Does the guard go anywhere else? Oh.
The guard does not go anywhere else. He comes back around, checks in with this guard, and then you're like, oh, fuck. Reginald's in a bad spot, because Reginald moves downstairs on the back of this guy and is now by himself guarding the steps. However, you know that there is nobody in the barracks right now. This is the jail, which is downstairs. There's nobody in the barracks right now, which is on the second floor here, and that's where the portal is.
Mm-hmm.
So you're safe to walk through.
Okay. Alrighty. I will say that to everybody and say we're clear to go on the other side.
Aurora goes in the second she hears that.
Oh, well, if somebody could carry me, that would be good. I thought Aurora would carry me.
Okay, Aurora stops, scoops up Cecilia, and walks through the portal.
Oh my god.
There we go.
What's gonna look at Sketch and look at like, are we sure? How are we going to get back, guys?
Aurora's just...
That's what's gonna make it fun! And then Nev starts tiptoeing over to the...
Wait, please tell me
to the
that,
front.
like, cannonballs into the gateway.
No, it's just a cannonball, but she kind of like... more like, just kind of struts over there, like,
Sketch's
dancing
reaction
over
to
there.
What's Sketch's
Don't you dare
reaction
turn my
to this?
computer off again.
Sketch just, when hears it's safe, Sketch just walks through.
Okay, so we're going. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no one can see Mirabelle still at the moment, but she has definitely slipped through at some point during this whole thing.
The entire
Like,
time,
to go in, go.
the entire time, Rhett has been very, very tense and very stressed at this. So he's like, "Fuck."
As people start heading in, Viz is gonna run over to that mailbox and grab what was ever in it.
Okay, you grab a tiny little card.
Okay.
What's the card say?
Yeah, what's
Mark
it say?
Viz.
You look
He's
at
reading
it?
it as he's going through. Yeah.
You see delivery 36, Ayla.
Okay.
Pocket it.
Yeah, he'll pocket it.
Yeah, keep that thing.
All right.
Okay, so you all walk through the door. You feel an encasement of what feels like milky stars encroaching on you. And as you begin to step towards it, your bodies begin to pull on their own. It's weird. It's like inescapable, but also you know you have the strength and the capacity to back away at any time. And when you walk through for a minute, you just feel cold, nothing. And then you step and you land wooden floors in the barracks that Cecilia described. And as you all land there, we're gonna go to break.
This is gonna be a long session, ain't it?
No, it shouldn't. It took you guys a long time to choose to walk through the portal, but it's cool.
Yeah.
We were scared.
I was like, oh, Aurora's going through this.
We'll be back in maybe 10 minutes. I just gotta fill up my water and stuff, but we'll be back.
Yeah.
Welcome back! We're gonna jump right in. You all appear in this barracks. You know exactly the layout of this place. You know that there are 3 individuals talking on the main foyer corridor outside. One of them being Acacia, who was the little grung wizard with the big fire elemental who is there, speaking to the woman you just ran into in the previous foyer. You also know, thanks to Reginald's peak scouting, that there is a pathway around the outside of it that leads along the foyer and actually can, like, peer into a door on the 2nd floor where Sickle currently is. But you'd have to sneak past the front entrance, and you'd have to get in without being seen. The rest of your current position, you have no idea where you are.
Do I still have that pull that I felt? Or is
No,
it gone?
It's gone.
If
would
I
know
turn
where
around, what
to
do I
go.
see?
You turn around,
Oh, sorry.
and you see nothing. A brick wall.
Or looks confused and disappointed. Oh my god, Meg.
What do y'all do?
Can Nev punch the wall?
You turn around. Boom! Roll to hit.
Oh god! Oh no. Rolled a hit.
Did you get an
What's
apple?
No,
Don't get an
but I
apple.
got low. 10.
10? What's your strength?
My strength?
Yeah.
15.
Your strength is a 15?
I have a +2 modifier.
That might have been what it became after she got the curse. I don't know if it's been changed
That
back
might
yet.
have been. Yeah, I don't know.
I remember Nev being strong. I think it turned up higher when she got the curse, right?
Yeah, I think I was originally like a
Yeah.
13.
It did go up because I remember having to actually change that stat for the layout.
That is gone now.
Okay, cool. Let me refresh.
I
So-
will get rid of this other modifier.
Dang.
Do you have any other bonuses that I should be taking into consideration?
I don't believe so. I think the main ones were that were still on my character sheet were the sleight of hand and then the strength.
You punch
you
the
also
wall
Someone bring
and
in
take 3 points of damage. As your fist makes concrete with brick and your hand begins to bleed.
I don't think
shit.
it helps solve our problem.
Oh, so we're
Well,
stuck here. Great.
Cecilia's still looking through Reginald.
Yeah.
Has the guard moved?
No, the guard has not moved.
Cecilia
So-
starts
So,
Oh, sorry.
Nev turns to Sketch and says, "So Scribbles, what's the plan now?"
I'm going to sneak past those 2 at the front entrance and listen to that conversation in the window. Bye. And she turns and walks away.
Oh, that's cute. She answered the Scribbles and then starts following Sketch.
That's it.
Okay.
Is Mirabelle's... Did that portal we went through get rid of Mirabelle's invisibility, or is she still invisible at the
You're
moment?
still invisible.
Any rough estimate on how much longer that would last?
30 minutes, maybe?
I guess at that, Mirabelle will just kind of quietly speak up since no one can see her. I'll follow them.
Ah!
I'm... especially with this, I think I'm the best suited for the job at the moment.
See, if you gestured at
And-
something, I could not see it.
There's no
I think-
answer because Mirabelle slipped away at this point.
Actually, hold
I
on.
think she was referring to being invisible.
Hold on.
Oh, I know she was.
I actually think I can solve this problem. It's going to take everything I have, and I don't know if it's even going to work. But she turns and she counts. 1, 2, 3. Who really wants to come with me? Who can promise that they're not going to ruin it for me?
Viz raises his hand.
Raise his hand, raise his hand.
Nev, Nev's like, raises a hand.
That's not
Just
truthful.
Coraline
I
raises
mean,
her
she's
hand
like,
as well.
just like, I'm very curious of how this is gonna go. I have no
raise her hand
promises
too.
though.
I can give this to 4 people, 3 who are not myself. So I can take 3 people
Are you
with me,
looking-
besides Mirabelle,
are you
who can
looking
already
for
come
someone-
because they're invisible.
Are you looking for someone who can be stealthy or someone who will just not fuck it up?
I'm looking for someone who won't cause problems for me. I'm already half
Someone-
inclined
Or
to
raises
not
a
bring
hand.
Nev.
Someone needs to watch.
Nev just crosses her hands and arms and pouts.
Someone needs to watch over Cecilia. And also hear her relay. She might give us information that she might see.
Who can use the message cantrip?
Actually, I think I can. I have
Oh.
one chance of it. I only got one shot.
I
Viz
can
is really
also-
good at it.
I can also use the message cantrip. Viz, did you
I
see
do
you can
have
use it?
message. I forgot about that.
Fantastic. Somebody with the message cantrip can has to stay behind. And you know what? Can't believe I'm doing this. I will stay with Cecilia. I can give 4 of you invisibility. Besides
I mean,
Mirabelle,
I
who
could
already
stay.
has
I don't mind.
I really think one of us should stay. You're like real important.
it. What?
You said it's gonna take a lot out of you, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking perhaps it's best that I stay here. I don't know
Well,
what
if you
this is going to
stay,
do to me.
Cecilia's like this. You need one other person. I can stay here and help because I got still quite a bit of spells left. And let's just say something would have happened, backup plan.
Alright, that's fair. So Viz has the message spell, I have the message spell, who else has it?
I
Right.
have a one shot, one track back. I can't
Alright.
do it more than once.
So Mirabelle's going to go ahead. I'm going to give Aurora, Coraline, Nev, and Rhett invisibility. And we're going to stay here, right, Viz?
Yeah.
Alright. And they pull their hands together, and they pull their hands in like a almost crossing motion here, and they pull, and you can see that from the fabric of like space as they kind of begin to mutter and cast an incantation. You see, looks to be like a string, like a red string, and you realize that they're not pulling it from out of thin air; they're pulling it from the center of their chest. They pull a red string, pull it taut, and then wrap it once, and then let go, and the string disappears, and you 4 go invisible. As that happens, Green sears up the side of her arm, and she collapses to the ground.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
Whoa!
Nithine.
And she's dead.
She's dead, and she just
uh,
killed herself.
She is unconscious on the floor.
Viz will use healing word.
Roll a d100 for me. Is Sketch gonna die?
Oh my god, what?
88.
88. You
Yeah.
reach down and touch her, and the spell has no effect.
Coraline,
Well,
you have an healing spell.
Oh god, yeah!
Is she actively? Rat's gonna check them over. Are they like actively dying or are they just unconscious?
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
Can I help since I'm
Yeah.
okay as well?
By the way, the 4 of you are invisible, so if you're trying to do anything, nobody can see what you're doing.
16
Wait,
total.
wait. Sorry, really quickly. If Coraline casts, like, what kind of invisibility is it? Because if Coraline casts a healing spell, will Coraline become
Shit, yeah,
not?
but that
Yeah.
Will Coraline become visible?
I will let... Who just casted a healing spell?
Viz.
It was
Viz.
this.
Viz,
Yeah,
Viz,
you
Viz
guys
was-
know that if you guys cast a spell, you will lose your invisibility.
Oh, okay.
Shit.
Wait, does that count as cantrips, like the little message spell? No. That like literally defeats the whole purpose of it then, of what we were going for.
Well, you can
I
get into
mean-
a stealthy position where your invisibility may not matter as much.
You can also,
Well, that's
like, when
oh.
somebody
It's an
casts
emergency.
message, you can respond.
Can we?
Yeah, so Viz
Okay,
can cast
so-
message, and you can respond without using a spell. But if you need to cast message in emergency, Rhett, you will lose your invisibility.
Okay.
Can we at least try to stabilize?
Yeah.
Rhett, what is that
Viz-
medicine
What's-
check?
16 total.
16. She is alive. Just
Is she actively dying or she's just knocked out?
you don't think she's dying, she's breathing. She's just unconscious, and you see the green, like, rushing up her hand.
If somebody taps Cecilia, oh shit, I don't second level spells left. Never mind.
And you can't see or hear anything of what's going on.
Yeah.
That being said, she collapses against the wall and kind of just is unconscious. But not dead.
Well, glad I'm staying.
Oh, yes, please make sure that she doesn't die.
Yeah, make sure they don't do something stupid like that again.
And
Jeez.
also, don't know how you can, but try and at least get Cecilia in the loop of what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
You can cast message to Cecilia and Cecilia will hear it. I just realized.
Oh,
that.
yeah, Viz will do
I
that.
just can't do that.
Viz will do that. You'll go. Whoa.
You sound like the grown-ups in the Peanuts.
He's like, Cecilia, we went through the portal. Sketch is unconscious next to you. I am, and I'm here, and I'm gonna be watching you. Everyone else is being invisible and going to check out what's going on.
Oh my god. If I come out of seeing through Reginald, can I go back in?
Question checks?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Jax is
If
muted.
it
I
says
saw
you
yes.
can, I think you can. I don't see why you can't.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I come out of that and just like, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Okay, so Nev is going to leave Parappa the Snapper with Viz and the rest of them. But before she does that, she tapes a stick of dynamite to Parappa and is like, if shit goes south, light him up.
Red's like face palming invisible right now.
God.
Viz does a finger gun with his metal hand and pulls out his normal gun. And he's like, "Don't worry, I got this."
Meg, what is Parappa? Parappa's a
It's a robot crab. It looks like a Roomba.
Jesus Christ.
so
Okay.
you spicy crab.
So,
Okay.
are you going?
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Sketch is unconscious. You guys have
Okay,
decided she's
Red-
stable. She's fine. You're leaving her as they are.
Yes, and we're leaving Viz, Cecilia, and Sketch, and then Red's gonna be like, alright, if we're all going together, I don't know where Maribel went, but if we're all going together, stay close, because I can't fucking see any of you.
Nev, you can't see her, but she is just like, woo, right in front of Rhett's face.
How do you know you're in front of Red's face?
Yeah, you don't know. You're actually
doing it to a
doing
wall.
that. You're actually doing that to Red's
neither
ass.
of you know where the other is. You guys are as
This
far
was
as
a
you can
mistake.
tell. Yeah, you guys are completely invisible. You guys are gonna have to like link hands, like a conga line. You're just gonna have to hold onto each other's
Wait.
shoulders and like walk.
All I hear. No. I'm gonna pause everything. Did I just hear something about slapping Rhett's ass? Who is it? That's the greatest question. Because that bases his reaction.
Because Nev's going like, woo, and she accidentally slaps Rhett's.
You probably end up smacking my ass or Coraline.
So you grab everybody's ass and you walk forward. What's going on?
Yes, we.
Oh my
Everyone
god.
grabs ass and walks forward.
So everybody grabs
Okay.
each other's asses, and you're like,
Grabs
okay,
ass.
we're all here. You got like a conga
just-
line of ass grabbing, and you're kind of just like this,
Yep.
and you're like, okay, let's go.
Two-handed or
We grab the
one-handed?
cheeks. We grab the
Two-handed
cheeks.
or one-handed?
Okay.
Red is leading this. Red
So-
is leading this. He does not want to touch anyone's
Red
ass.
is
He is
leading.
upset.
Okay, that's
This is-
important
this is-
because the only one who's going to be able to, you're not going to be able to speak to each other because you'll be able to be heard. So Rhett is leading. This is important. I'm going to defer to Rhett for skills. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. You all exit the barracks, and the 5 of you are conga lining forward. Rhett, you have 2 options. You can walk along the wall of what you realize is now a fortress that you're in. You can walk along the wall of a 2nd floor, or you can walk down and through, passing the 2 individuals that are guarding, or you could leave because there is an entrance and there are 2 guards by the entrance. I will show you.
Where's that?
Fourth option, can I fly upwards to get an aerial view of everything?
Well, you
know, she
don't
could-
need an
if
aerial
she-
view
if-
because I'll show you what you guys see. You guys, okay, let me get the fucking...
I just love that the third option is, or you can leave. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so
you
red.
fucking weirdos.
I looked up
my God.
rat, which was not what I wanted to do.
I mean, it is his name.
Okay,
If we have to go by code names, that is the code name.
we've got... Rhett. And... Mirabelle.
But Mirabelle's doing her own thing, right? Or is she with us?
Mirabelle's with
She
you
like
guys,
left
I thought.
ahead. No, I think she went ahead because she's like, well, I'm gonna go ahead, and then we were all like, oh god, because Mirabelle left, and then Sketch casted that invisibility for 4 people.
I mean, Mirabelle would have
Okay,
stayed to
what
see
the
you guys.
What?
Mirabelle would have stayed to see you guys go invisible just so she's aware of it, but I think she probably would have gone ahead on her own just because. I mean, in this situation, she probably feels her going solo as an assassin from her assassin skills would probably suit her better than being stuck in a group in case anything happens.
Exactly. So Mirabelle's way ahead of this.
Okay, hang on then. Sorry, I'm going to grab...
Put me at the back of the ass line.
Okay, the back of the ass line, we have Aurora, Coraline, Mirabelle, Rhett. There was another one of you.
It was Nev, Aurora, Coraline, and Rhett for 4, and then Mirabelle's on her own.
Okay, I was confused.
So Mirabelle already had invisibility.
Okay.
Get Mirabelle out of there. Get Mirabelle out of the Congo
So
line.
Mirabelle, you go
Aurora
ahead. So I'm gonna need you to make a stealth check because this is gonna determine everything. I'm just gonna leave you guys where you are. Make a stealth check with advantage because you're invisible.
All of us?
No,
just Mirabelle first.
because Mirabelle went ahead.
27.
27. Holy God. Okay. Where do you want to be? Did you want to go down here? Did you want to go into this little hole thing? Do you want to stay on the second floor? You walk out and you see this as your vantage point right now. You realize that you are built into some kind of like cave system. There's like a whole like what looks like a settlement built into this area. And you have no idea where you are. This is the kind of backgrounds that you guys see.
From what Cecilia relayed to us about what she saw through Reginald, she knows that up there on the second floor is where this conversation we should be eavesdropping on is happening, correct?
Yeah.
In that case, that's where Mirabelle's heading.
Okay, are you also going in that direction? You're able to get right here by the door, and you're actually able to completely listen in. Is that where the rest of you are going to?
Sorry, I'm looking at the thing. So she went on the... So I just want to double check. So Mirabelle's going on the... She went to... Because I'm trying to remember the choices you gave me. Mirabelle went on the upper level, right?
Mirabelle went around the upper level and snuck around for a vantage point on that second floor. You could go down here to the front door into that base, or here's the door that exits out. And you can actually see as you like look through, there are 2 guards that are here, posted out front, in like this general area.
Okay.
This is
Not
your
knowing where
current
Mirabelle...
vicinity.
Not knowing where Mirabelle is, I feel like instinctually Rhett would have seen that fucking elemental and be like, hey, nah. nah. Ain't walking past near that thing. And Rhett would have instinctually wanted to go up and along the wall.
Okay.
To at least get a good distance.
We'll get to you 4 in a second. I need you guys to roll stealth checks with advantage. But first, let's cut to what Mirabelle hears. You hear Mirabelle as you're sneaking around. There's a voice from inside. You actually turn in and you can actually peer through because it's like a window that's open and you can like actually peer in and look. Sickle is leaning against one of the chairs, like very relaxed, like leaning like this. Just kind of like the scars all over his face. You haven't seen him in person in a really long time, and now you are less than 50 feet from him. You see him leaning against the wall, kind of just talking, like, and it's weird, because you've always been on the receiving end of, like, getting orders from Sickle. This dynamic is different. Sickle's not giving orders. He's receiving them. And you kind of sit there and like watch as there's this figure on the other side, clad in scale armor, like full chain scales all the way around the side. This like lapel of like an orange cloak thrown over the shoulder. The figure is covered in blood. You see long dark hair kind of coming out of the back of their head, and this metal casing that wraps fully around as they kind of lean over a desk where you see an array of weapons laid out in front. And you stop in the middle of a conversation. So there's nothing else going on other than those last reports and those latest shipments. That's all. And this is Sickle speaking to the figure at the desk. And the figure at the desk goes, interesting. You see, I am pretty sure that is not what I actually heard from the rest of my recruits. It's sloppy, bad work. You're giving me a bad name, Sickle. Making people paranoid, drawing more attention to them. It's making it hard for me to move. And I don't like when my work is hard. And Sickle goes, kind of like adjusts the collar and goes, we're not making your work harder for you. That's not our intentions. Our intentions are to move things easily. And to give ourselves a better name. See, but that's where I'm getting confused, Sickle, because you're not giving me a better name. You don't know the first thing about my craft. You don't know the first thing about my mission. And I will tell you that there is nothing worse than taking credit for something I didn't do. When I take credit for something, it's earned. It's received honorably. Do you know what kind of credit I take? And he goes, yes, of course. My apologies. Step forward, Sickle. I don't like it when you talk to me when my back is turned. It's very rude. And you see Sickle nervously step forward. And the figure moves fast. Turns around, the sword is drawn, and it's through Sickle's shoulder in a half a second. Piercing through, he cries out as the sword goes through the shoulder blade, and he is held there. You see the guards kind of jump, but they don't react. Other than just jumping out of alarm, and they just stare. Sickle's like, ugh. When I take credit for a kill, when I give credit to the mutilator, it is because I did it. Call off your dog, because if you don't, we're done here. And you don't want to see what happens when I pull out of our arrangement. Do I make myself clear? I could have done without the dramatics, but yes. There's a pause. The sword gets withdrawn, put on a belt. I'll talk to him. Make him realize the error of his ways. We're a part of something bigger. And if you can't do what you're fucking told, then things are only gonna get worse for you. He kind of... His, like, shoulder is, like, gushing blood. But he puts a hand against it. Message received. I have nothing else to report. I thought so. Then get out of my fucking sight. Always a pleasure. And he moves to the door to walk down the stairs. What did you all roll on your stealth checks?
I got a nat 20. Oh,
I got a 15.
I got a 24 total.
Okay.
Coraline?
Sorry, I was rolling. 24.
24. You all arrive near Mirabelle, and you all kind of like have this moment where you almost bump into each other and you almost make sound because you startle one another, and you kind of do like a fucking Scooby-Doo shit where you're all like, fuck, don't move, and you kind of like all hold each other still.
Braces.
Bracing for impact. Mirabelle, you grab the door, you don't let yourself fall in. You're just like kind of like sweating from just having seen this sight. And Sickle walks down the stairs, and as he does, he goes, looks at the guards and goes, well, don't just stand there. Someone give me a fucking towel. And they go, oh, sorry. And they all kind of like give him something to put over his wound as he descends the staircase.
Because as we ran into each other stuff, aren't we now, like, if we're where Mirabelle is, aren't we, like, right above the grung and the person talking? Like, that interaction?
Right
so
above them.
So can I hear that now? What's going on?
There is no interaction because they are no longer speaking. They are, as all things considered, standing guard. And you actually see that they're kind of going like this. Like, they're kind of, like, tilting their ear to, like, look up and, like, try and listen to see what's going on themselves. This is a whole bunch of people who think they're really important near someone who's pretty important.
So, but I don't sense any animosity, like, from that, like if I had noticed them talking before, if they're not talking now.
No, it's mutual respect. It's mutual respect.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can we see this armored person that stabbed Sickle?
Yeah, you all peer through the door, and you actually see, as they walk away, the person takes the sword in their hand, and they have, like, this greave that's on, and they pull something back on their hand as Sickle walks down the steps. While that's happening, they coat the blood from Sickle on their hand and turn around and press it into the table.
What race is this person? Are they human? Are they elf? What are they?
You can't tell, because as you look at them and they look back in the direction of the stairs, like they don't look very often. They almost entirely the whole time had their back turned. But when you look over at them, they have a completely steel mask that covers the entire front side and around their face, leaving dark slots that are covered over with a thin metallic sheen where the eyes are. And in the center of their forehead is an orange gemstone that just sits in the center of their forehead.
We can't even see like what their skin color is or anything.
No discernible features, definitely on purpose.
And Rhett sees the orange gem as well because he's looking, right?
Yeah. It's like a tiny little gem right in the center of their forehead.
Does the orange gem remind me of the necklace Bounty gave me? Like a similar gem or no?
Yeah.
The necklace. God, talk about something I fucking forgot about. Sorry.
It was like a tiger eye, I think, or something. I think I remember that, but I know it was orange specifically.
It's okay. Your necklace is your necklace is a tiger's eye, and it's similar in color, but the tiger's eye that you have is orange, and then it's got kind of like brownish points on it. This is the same color, but it's like completely orange. There's no alluding to any brown anywhere.
So that doesn't seem connected? Is that what I'm
It's definitely the same color. It like strikes you as curious that like it would be that close in shade.
Okay. Where it's like raising an eyebrow.
Do you all just kind of stand still and watch for a minute?
Yeah, I think we just kind of like.
Yeah, Sigil
we're just trying to we're trying to listen. Yeah. Listen as much as possible from where we are and follow where that conversation might be leading.
Sigil descends the stairs. He goes outside. The guards are following him. He pulls his hand off and like lets his hand bleed as he steps out front to where the grung and the woman are. As he steps out, he goes, "What the fuck are you all staring at? It's my fault for apologizing, the mutilator." Oh, well, apologizing was not the word I would say. I just fucked up that line. Let me try it. It's my fault for disturbing the mutilator in their place of worship. Let's go. There's work to be done. And I, for one, hate this fucking place. And they step outside. Like, you guys are in that, like, this kind of, like, compound and, like, sorry, you're in this, like, bordered off, like, kind of, like, house area with barracks in, like, a bigger compound. So you see that they grab the fire elemental, and the woman with the green leather, who kind of continues to talk, steps up and goes, Sickle, I have gone through all of the other shipments that have come through. They're carrying them over now to the main facility down by the meteor site. He goes, good. Everything's all going according to plan then. Let's head to the main compound now, and we can worry about this problem later. She goes, yes, sir.
Can I make
yes,
an
sir."
intelligence check?
For what?
So he said I shouldn't have disturbed the mutilator in his place of worship.
In their place of worship, yes.
In their place of worship. Can I make a religion check about where there would be any, like, location-wise? Because I'm trying to figure out where we are, like, location-wise. Are we still on the same continent? You know.
Sure. This would be I will let you make an insight check here.
I suck at those.
I know, but this isn't about what he said. It's about how he said it.
Yeah. 4.
4. You're not sure. Kind of weird. Sorry.
Well. Dang.
Or when they say that they're heading to the next place or whatever, are they heading towards the exit gate or are they heading back to the barracks?
They head out that main gate where the 2 guards are, and they actually collect the 2 guards. So you realize, as they're kind of stepping away, what he says starts to make a little more sense. Wherever this building is, it's not guarded. Because the people who you've seen weren't guarding the house or the barrack area. They were guarding Sickle. And you can see that now as they kind of collect themselves and begin to head out as a unit and exit through that front door. The house is now completely unprotected. You've looked at the entire thing. The only person on that second floor right now is the mutilator. Because they're leaving. And they're going somewhere else nearby. And they're going with multiple of them. Like 4 guards, the grung, the woman with the leather, and the fire elemental are leaving.
What's the terrain like here, from what I see, like around? What's the because we're on the top, so we can see over, right?
Yeah, the ground is blasted rock. Smooth rock, blasted rock. You're in some kind of you have no idea, but everything around you is rocky. You have no idea.
It's just
where you
rocks. It's like, is it just like mountains, just plain rock?
This
It's kind of like we're in a quarry.
This compound is almost built into a quarry. You have no idea where you are. And it's high, you're in the middle of something that's high up.
Can I fly vertical all the way up?
If you fly, you will lose your invisibility.
What? How?
What? Wait, no, it's a racial
fairy.
thing.
You're a fairy. My apologies. I thought you were casting fly. Sure, you begin to fly up.
If she can cast fly at 4th level, that's damn.
As you begin to fly up...
As an artificer, absolutely not.
I thought you were using a magic, sorry. You begin to fly up, you take a look at the area. We'll get to what you see in a second. Let's start with what everybody who's there hears now. Cecilia, if you want, you can have Reginald follow the guards or stay with you and stay in this area.
I will have him follow the guards.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He's stuck on the inside of the hood behind one of the guards, so he's hiding underneath. So he's trying to be... I need you to make a stealth check for him, by the way. Against that guard's perception.
What is his stealth?
Match the bug.
I'd imagine he's stealthy for a bug.
Yeah, he's a moth. It's
What does he use? Bat stats?
Yeah. I think it's just his dex is +2, so I guess it's just a +2.
I feel like he could be stealthy.
But he's advantage on perception checks.
Stealth. You're rolling stealth.
Let her read checks. Stealth. Don't talk to me about perception.
You're rolling stealth. Cool, you have bat stats, but roll a stealth check.
18.
You're fine. You manage to, he manages to wiggle his way in. He can't see very well, but he can hear. So we'll get to that in a little bit.
I was gonna say, he's definitely listening to conversations.
Yeah, it's pretty boring, mundane conversation. It's shipments, where the shipments are going to be. There's conversation about recruits. There's conversations about training. You hear the mention of a Prodigy show. You have no idea what that's about, but they keep mentioning an event called a Prodigy show. And boss. There's no name. It's just boss.
When they're talking about shipments, do they say, do they mention any location?
Yeah, they mention Umberfall. They mention Westover. They mention Silverborn, which you know is where you would have originally gone. There's shipments that come out of few and far between, but sometimes they come out of Cambridge.
And do they reference where they're going?
They're going to, yes. One of them, who Sickle calls Ayla. This is a conversation here. Ayla, what about you? Anything to report from the Risnadon soldiers? And she goes, no, sir. Just, been informing them about the effects of antinethine. They need to, be careful about how they use it. If they put it on their weapons and they strike somebody, it's going to cause permanent effect and permanent damage. If we're going to go through with it, it'll have to be stronger, so magic can't be casted, so I'm going to need more time to experiment. And he goes, okay, we can deal with that. What about long-term effects? Do we know anything about how it affects magic, period? They're kind of curious to know. She goes, well, the Risnadon soldiers, as I already told you, are pretty concerned about the facts that they hope it's permanent. And I keep telling them, sure, it can be permanent, but that's like injecting somebody with 3 pounds of, ethanol. If you, put anything strong enough in them, it'll just kill them outright. You gotta be slow with the dosage. Temporary effects at first, later leading to permanent. He goes, that's no good. They're getting frustrated, Ayla. She goes, I know, but there's only so much I can do with the experiments that they're giving me. And he goes, fine. You're doing well. Just don't tell boss you're making them frustrated. Because if boss starts realizing they're getting frustrated, she's gonna take it out on you. She goes, I know, but it's my burden to bear. I'll see if I can get more materials from the wrench later this week, but honestly, if I'm going to be working on it here, I don't have a lot of time to go back. And Sickle kind of huffs. I'll send someone for it. Maybe Acacia, you can pick some up? And Acacia just goes, I can do that. Okay, so she'll do that, and we'll worry about the greater shipments later. Jarvis said he was coming up with something in terms of weaponry, but his sources are pretty limited. They're really slow, apparently. It's going to take at least 3 weeks. She goes, 3 weeks? They must be not very good at building weapons, then. And that conversation kind of piddles off.
Sorry, what guard did they say she was working with? What was the name of that?
The name of the soldiers?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a word you've never heard of before. They use the word Risnadon. You have no idea how it's spelled.
Say,
what languages do you speak?
I'll say it out loud to Viz. How many languages do I speak?
Yeah, but what do you speak? Just run through them.
Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Goblin.
No, never heard of it.
I'm gonna say it out loud to Viz.
Viz, you hear Cecilia just say the word Risnadon. What languages do you speak?
Spanian, Common, and Undercommon.
Spanian, Common. Nope, you have no idea what this word is.
Okay.
And just so the woman he was talking to named Ayla?
Ayla.
Ayla seems to be a scientist.
Liz
Okay.
will use message and talk to Cecilia. It's like, what's happening? Why'd you say that?
I'm listening to a conversation. The woman that we followed here is a scientist. She's one of the people working with antinethine. She's making it for these soldiers. Yeah, and that will be Reginald.
All right. While that's happening, for those of you who have not left the vicinity, you hear the Hilt's voice. Hold on, let me try this accent again first. I'm speaking French. Oui, oui. Okay. Okay, we got this.
Oh, someone get trying here.
Oui, oui. Just sweet.
Oh my god.
Okay. You hear a call. I'm going to ask you only one more time. If you continue to make problems for me and putting your name on my projects and using... Honestly, it's not even close to the kind of kills that I get. It's sloppy. If you continue to do so, our truce will be over. You might be the mad one, but I'm the fucking mutilator. And that's the last you hear.
Does that ring any bells? Does that ring any bells for me?
You're not Vegeta. I am Vegeta.
What's going on with that inside conversation? What the fuck's going on?
What are you trying to insight? You guys have this habit of being like, oh, insight check. What are you trying to figure out?
What the panicking here?
Biz just walks in. Hey, what are you talking about?
I
Know what the mutilator is?
I want to know if you want to answer Coraline first. Do you want to hear from me first, or do you want to answer Coraline?
Who are you talking to, me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
I don't care. You guys tell me. What do you want to know?
Oh, I wanted to insight because of the way, like, who they could possibly be speaking to, and like any of those key words that stick out in that conversation, like if they mean something.
Okay, I'll give this to Mirabelle, because Mirabelle heard the first half of the conversation. You guys are coming in kind of a little late.
Oh,
Mirabelle,
I thought we saw the whole thing. We've been watching them the whole time.
You saw Sickle leaving with a handprint wound, but remember that Mirabelle.
We
went
ran
ahead of
into
you.
Mirabelle.
Mirabelle went ahead of you. You guys ran into Mirabelle after the conversation with Sickle and
Yeah,
the Hills.
At this point, if Mirabelle would have tried to say anything,
okay,
Mirabelle is lucky
it would have
because
exposed us.
You guys were waiting at the front, making sure that Sketch wasn't dead, and then Mirabelle went ahead to listen to that conversation.
Okay, so this is
before.
So you're rewinding, okay? Because I'm up to the point. I'm mentally up to the point where we ran into Mirabelle and we watched them all leave, and Nev flew up in the sky. So I'm in the understanding that we're all together.
That's where we are right now. But if you're listening to that, if Mirabelle is listening to that Sending Stone message, which she is, she could put the pieces together that this person was very mad at Sickle, so much so that they stabbed Sickle because somebody has been pretending to kill people on the Hilt's behalf. And this person, if this is all true, and at the end of that conversation, when this person said, I'll speak to them, this is probably that conversation that you're privy to right now. But of course, you all are only getting half of the conversation, so you have no idea who the hell it's talking to. But you do see a Sending Stone in the
But I guess I was just more so trying to figure out like insight, like the wording.
Like, who the hell is talking to?
It seems to be somebody on par with them, like a rival almost. That would be like the vibe of what you're picking up. But they haven't used a name, they haven't used anything. They called them the Mad One, but they haven't used like a name, they haven't used anything. You just know that they're really pissed about something.
Okay.
So I think what I was trying to gather if the words "the Mad One" rings a bell to anyone.
Yeah. Because it's like the word "mad" is very key.
Yeah. You might be the mad one, but I'm the
mutilator.
You might be the mad one, but I'm the mutilator.
Yeah.
That would be a religion check.
Okay. I can do that.
Can I do a religion check?
Yeah, you can all do a religion check, sure.
Okay.
Meanwhile, what do I see when I fly up? Because I was still doing that.
We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely didn't pass it. I got an 8.
Do I get any advantage to this?
You said
Because I'm
religion
thinking about it very specifically. About topic?
Yeah.
I
I
do?
rolled a 19, got a 21 in total.
21.
I have an 18.
Okay.
I do. Okay.
You go ahead, Wild.
I got a 21.
21.
I got a
If you
I
got
got a
above
22, nat 20.
nat 20, okay.
Dang.
Okay, so
I'm the only one who didn't get it.
here's the thing. You guys have learned enough along the way to know that Mutilator, the Mutilator, is a title held by a champion of, like, the god Baal, which you guys have learned along the way. You've learned that he's the god of slaughter. He is referred to as, oh god, I gotta go with my fucking lore. Hold on, I didn't think we'd be doing this right now. Give me a second. His name is the Mutilator. And, I've been saying the wrong thing. I've been saying the wrong thing the whole time.
Well, you gotta change it now. Then what you said is now just the normal canon.
Okay. I meant to say, you might be the mad one, but I'm the fucking hilt, is what I meant to say. And I shit the bed on that one, so apologies. There's lots of names. The Mutilator is the god Baal. And champions tend to take the title of the Mutilator, like the Mutilator Reborn. But if the hilt is referring to themselves as the Mutilator, as like this reincarnation of the god of murder, the god of slaughter, then that context of you might be the mad one, but I'm the hilt, or I'm the Mutilator, the mad one could very well be a reference to the Mad Prophet, and could very well reference a champion with a nat 20, could very well reference a champion of the Mad Prophet.
And I'm guessing for anyone else who didn't get a nat 20, it just, or like did pretty well, it just referenced like it's Mad Prophet related.
Yeah, in some capacity.
Okay.
Or somebody related to the Mad Prophet.
Yeah, Red's not happy. He's very tense, but nobody can see him.
There's
Aurora
definitely
does no jack shit.
there's definitely some kind of rivalry there too. You can tell that there's like aspects of anger here. And like claiming and ownership.
Noted.
Nev. You fly up.
Yeah.
How high do you want to go?
How high is this quarry?
You go up 100 feet and you still don't know where you are. You still can just see rocks all around you. It's hard to make place of anything.
Can
Do
we
I
see
see
the sky?
Can I see the sky?
You look up and you see the sky. It's dark out. There's like 1,000 stars.
So wait, I'm 100 feet up and there's still rock around me.
You're 100 feet up and you see all of this rock that's kind of like built around you. And it seems to be kind of like sloping inward. So it's like lots of rock that you still can't go over. Like it's so high. Like these, like whatever mountainous range you're in is so high that you actually can't see it 100 feet up, like the tip. But you can see it all kind of slowly sloping into like a center point. And this, like, commune, like wherever you've like built, you can see little houses and stuff all around. And you can see at the bottom of it, it just like it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. It's like a massive circular round shape that's built around something.
Can I go up another 100 feet?
You go up another 100 feet, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, but you still can't see over it. 200 feet in the air now.
200 feet. And does it look like the top is coming anytime soon?
Yeah. It's maybe 350 feet.
Like, from where I am now?
Yeah, you have to go a little higher to be able to see everything around you.
Okay, yeah. I keep going until I'm able to actually be able to see the full picture.
You go up.
I have time. I have time, and I have, I can do it.
As you get high up, and you look around, and you see that tiny little speck that is where your friends are right now. And you see this giant, like, commune that's been built around it. You realize it's, like, weirdly circular. This whole area, and, like, everything that's kind of dug in here as you fly up over it, and you can actually get a good vantage point where you're high enough over it that you see a full picture. It's, like, a mountain range, but almost like something cleaved its way through it. And you kind of look. It's like something crashed into this mountain and left a crater. And as you look closer, you can see like all these little other spots where it looks like smaller things crashed in the same spot and left craters. It's weird.
So like almost like a meteor shower.
Yeah. A big meteor that hit a long time ago, and then other meteors that have just been hitting it ever since.
So specifically, there's something very specifically almost magnetic about this spot.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like alluring or drawing these space rocks.
Everything around you has been built into what looks like a meteor crash. And then lots of other meteor crashes.
Yeah. So obviously all these buildings were built obviously after this
Of course.
whole...
They've been built around it. You can see that they're still being crafted around it. There's some kind of operation going on here.
And there's still meteors crashing in this place, right?
Well, they're not right now, but you see that there have
No,
been
well,
other...
no, right now, but like...
Yeah, there have been other meteors, yes.
And like some of the craters look older than others and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wish I had my fucking camera, but... but... No, Nejan had to take it, so... Nev takes a note of that. Is there anything else around? Like, do I see an ocean? Do I see any kind of, like...
It's a mountain range. You see,
It's
like,
a mountain range.
Yeah, you're inside a mountain range.
Do I see anything, like... I want to figure out, are we still in Gildmoor?
You have no idea. It's like a mountain range. You'd have to, like, spend...
Is there
If you want to
deserts?
spend, like, another hour, like, flying around, like, looking for where you are, sure. But you're, right now, between a bunch of mountains. You'd have to go, like...
If we're in Suhana or Ayabesh, I'm gonna laugh.
You have no idea where you are.
If we end up in Argos? Shit. No.
All I know is that we're not in Kansas anymore, boys.
Well, okay, here's the thing. I don't think... If it's still nighttime, right?
Yeah. Though you can see the
I have
sun
a question.
slowly starting to rise over the sides of the mountain.
Where are the placement of the moons?
Same as they were when you left.
Same as they were when we were in Gildmoor?
Yeah.
Before we entered the portal?
Leora is in its spot. It's pretty stagnant, and the moons get closer and closer and closer to each other the closer you get to the Lovers Festival. And they are peak in the sky, like, not that far from one another.
And that was the same spot they were in when we entered the portal.
Yeah. But
Okay.
you don't know if you've like, you know, you haven't jumped time or anything, but you know that there's
No.
lots of spots in the world where the moons are currently looking like that. Let's quickly, like, if you want to spend hours, like, flying around looking to see where you are.
No. Nev's gonna fly back down, but she
You
doesn't fly back down because she's a chaos gremlin, so she falls back down and catches herself right before she's supposed to hit the ground.
Fair.
Just hear a gush.
You guys
feel a gush.
You feel a gush. You know, Nev's probably back. Inside, there's a moment where the sending stone must give some kind of reply, but you don't hear it, and this figure pockets it. And there's a moment where they just stand still, and you see them take like a deep breath, and then grab the sides of the table with the weapons on it and just flip the whole table. Weapons scatter across the ground, and you hear them just and flip the table. Weapons go everywhere, and they turn, and they go to the table where Sickle was a moment ago, and they like kick it with their, like, the heel of their boot, and it goes flying. And they just kind of, like, hold their hand on the back of their head, and they just breathe for a good minute. It's weird. It's like a weirdly emotional sight.
Yeah, can I tell based on this, like, the emotional, like, outburst, if this is, like, anger just towards that conversation, or kind of leaning to what Ginny asked of Rhett to check, of, like, anger, of, like, frustration, of, like, I don't know, any sign of, like,
insight check with a very, very high DC, because
Okay.
you can't see facial features. This could be
Quick,
any kind of screen.
But I thought.
quick technical question. Oh, sorry.
No, keep going.
What was how big was this person, or how small was this person?
They are. Let me pull up their stat block. They are about 6 feet tall.
Don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get it, but is it 21 again?
Very hard to tell.
Yeah.
There's literally no facial features on them. You can get a sense that there's definitely like really strong emotion. Like the previous interaction, like Mirabelle would know, the previous interaction was emotionless. Frustration for sure, but like no outburst like this. This is kind of like a glimpse into a private moment, you can tell. And it's odd to see. What are you all doing?
Okay.
You said that like they threw stuff everywhere, like they flipped the table and
Yeah.
everything.
They flip the table.
They're
there's,
having
like,
a temp-
weapons
they're
all over
having
the
a
floor,
temper
they
tantrum.
kick the table. What are you all doing?
Did anything like sail out the door or land near the door?
No, it like scattered in the back corner, and then they kicked the table and like plates of food went everywhere.
Then how about this? How about anything to note that did fall off the table that looks like intriguing?
Yeah.
Other than like is there a specific weapon that's like, ooh, what the fuck? Or is it like a specific item that's like, ooh, what the fuck?
No. Nothing that you can tell.
Okay.
What's interesting is all the weapons that were on the table in the back corner, like above, there's like a bed in this room, and in the back corner, hanging above the bed, there is a short bow that's kind of hanging above the bed, but it's not currently in use. So that's the only other weapon besides the one that kind of got the ones that kind of got kicked and scattered everywhere.
There's like we don't see any forms of paperwork or anything to try to give a hint as to what was happening or who this might be.
No. There's no paperwork in this room, no desk even. It's just the bed, the table with all the weapons. There was food on the other table on the side that got kicked and knocked everywhere. This looks like the inside of like a bedroom. This looks like somebody's house. But you would have to go inside and like thoroughly check to see if you could find anything like that.
Okay. So basically from what we're gathering at this point, because of everyone leaving and stuff, this is just kind of how it's going to be. There's nothing that we can really notice at this point.
At this point, no, you can't see much else.
Okay.
And,
sorry.
Oh, sorry. And I know I asked this earlier. Aurora doesn't feel that pull that she felt when we were on the other side of this gateway, looking at the stars. Right? She doesn't feel that pull anywhere.
No, that pull is gone.
I think Rhett would want to try and like tug, like on Mirabelle, and then like kind of tug on everyone to try and like kind of give the idea of let's move away now,
Mirabelle.
kind of thing.
Tug on the booty.
Mirabelle,
Not on the booty.
Your invisibility is almost up. You're getting real close.
I think at that, because with her stealth, she probably could make it. If she has any indication that invisibility is going to start to wear off, especially since the rest of the party has way more than she does at the moment, she might just try to book it back as quickly and quietly as she can back to where our team B is stationed, back in the barracks.
Stealth check with advantage for Mirabelle.
I think the rest of us probably sensing that Mirabelle's leaving, we're gonna turn and leave because it's like
We're gonna
I don't like that Shex just did a eyebrow raise.
Oh god.
24 on stealth for Mirabelle.
24. A 24 is not going to beat a natural 20.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, shit.
As the clanging goes along, Mirabelle, you kind of start to realize, like, you're looking at your hands and you're feeling that. You're like, your invisibility is running out. Like, you need to go. And you kind of have this moment where you're gonna step back. and then you forget your friends are behind you. It's just that one moment of forgetting that one thing. Like, you've been so engrossed in the scene in front of you that you just completely forget that there are people around you. And you step back and you step into Rhett. You step on Rhett's foot and you slam the back of your head into Rhett's forehead. And you kind of, you just kind of shout. And it's not voluntary. It's shocked you. It surprised you. And as that happens, you immediately hear the drawing of a sword. And there's like a tense moment. As the sword gets pointed in your direction. Who the fuck is there? Come out. Now.
Grab her. Pull her away from the window. Stealthily. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
Backing up.
Let.
At this point,
We don't want to take on the hilt right now. No.
a dagger comes off the belt.
Yeah, which is why I'm moving her away from the window so that she can get away from the window so nothing is thrown at her through the window. I already said I was. But I already said I was gonna do it.
You can't see Mirabelle. You just Mirabelle stepped on you.
Well, no, she's in front of me, and I hear her. I hear the hilt say that, so I'm like, she's in front of me. I grab.
So, and then this is like assuming you're running. The dagger gets thrown.
Because I hear the hilt.
Yeah, we're gonna see if it gets hit. They got a nat 20 in their perception, so they're gonna roll their attack with just straight. It's just gonna be a straight roll. Not with disadvantage because they got a nat 20 on their perception to see you. And it's just a dagger. But it is just to see if you are invisible. Oh god, this is the wrong music.
It's so peaceful and quiet.
You know, I wish this is what the vibe was.
No, this ain't the vibe, sorry. And again, this is happening all at once. That's the problem when you're all invisible. Sometimes it looks...
Yeah, everything's always happening at once. We never got to do any surprise or get out a fucking free jail card.
Let me just buff this crap up here a little bit. Okay. I just rolled. This is gonna hit you, man. I'm so sorry. This is for sure gonna hit you. That's a 26 to hit you.
Oh, absolutely.
You take 9 points of damage. It's just a dagger. But the dagger through the shoulder, and you lose your invisibility. And there's just like a moment where you stand there and your friends are all like kind of like having this moment of like, oh fuck. And Cecilia doesn't know what's going on, neither does Viz. And Nev has just come down and you stand there. Who the fuck are you?
Whose mic is rumbling? Sorry.
It's Wolf. We can hear you breathing.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Spanish.
I'll unmute myself, my bad.
I think Mirabelle's just gonna kind of stare down the hilt for a moment. And then... like, she's pieced together that this is in fact the hilt, right?
Yeah.
Just...
you heard the whole conversation.
I think at that... because I have a feeling if I try to run, this is just gonna get worse. I think Mirabelle's gonna take a deep breath. Are you the hilt that hired me for the party?
She kind of stands there. You could tell it's a feminine voice. She She has her hand and she's like reached up for the bow that's above her bed. And she kind of looks at you. Parthy, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you doing standing invisible at the edge of my bedroom? What are you doing here? Who are you? And speak now. Because I am not the merciful type.
And here I thought Sigil would have spoken of me. He did train me, after all.
The short bow comes off the wall, but it gets kind of like held in her hand. And she steps closer to you. 15 feet becomes 10, which become 5. And soon she's standing right over you. I've had enough games for today. Speak.
Perhaps I should introduce myself. I am usually known by the name Mirabelle the Merciless, the greatest assassin of the Allery Syndicate. Perhaps we can discuss business.
She like leans in like really close to your face. I think you're supposed to be dead. And reaches out to grab you. I need you to make an athletics check.
Nev has her gun pointed through the window. Still invisible, by the way, but she is like, ooh, her finger is itching that trigger.
Aura's ready to grab her glaive.
That's a 9.
Rhett's got his hand on the fucking earring. Rhett's got his hand on his earring, like, the moment I see shit go shit.
I rolled a 9 on athletics.
That is not
Mirabelle has no strength.
You are...
Mirabelle's got no strength.
You're grabbed by the shoulder and, yeah, she'll use that. She's going to use, her next attack to try and restrain you. I need you to make another athletics check.
I'm getting my dice ready.
Sorry, can these be acrobatics for Mirabelle?
Let me check.
Because
somebody makes somebody grappling somebody, that person's doing an athletics check, but usually they can do an acrobatics check or an athletics to avoid it.
I will look at the specific ability.
Just because I'm sure Mirabelle's dex is much better.
I mean, she's a rogue, so absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, what the fuck am I talking about? She wouldn't try and restrain you. She's just going... she's gonna use an unarmed strike. It's not an attack. She's not, like beating the shit out of you, but she is gonna use the fact that she has you, like, wrapped in her hand, and she's gonna step you inside, move with you inside, the room, and then, like, slam you into the wall. And that's gonna be an attack.
But what about the acrobatics situation that we were just talking about? Like, does she get to do, like, when she like that first roll? Was she have been able to do that?
I don't think player on
somebody makes acrobatics.
I don't think humanoid on humanoid is a can do acrobatics. Let me try. Let me see. I don't actually know. I think it's only certain ones, but I could be wrong.
Should I shoot? Or should I not? Should I go big or go home? Because I kind of want to go big
right now. Do not shoot right now.
Why?
They get to make their own. They get to make their own strength athletics checks to outmuscle you, or they can try and get out of your.
Contested by the athletic. Okay, so it's always you can make an acrobatics check if you prefer, against that initial grapple. I'll allow a redo on that. I don't remember what the hell it rolled, so we'll just roll again, and we'll just nullify that. If you want to use acrobatics,
right. That is significantly better. That'd be 25 on acrobatics for Mirabelle then.
Ooh, it's a tie. I don't know what to do on a tie. Do we just rollies?
Rollies?
Just straight rollies.
Okay. Yeah, straight rollies.
That is an 8 for Mirabelle.
Oh, I was gonna say, did you beat an 11?
Nope.
Okay.
So I guess the scenario does not change.
There does not change.
Okay, well, keep going.
That,
keep going.
That first, action is going to be to grab, and they're going to use that was their one attack. They're going to use their extra attack to slam you into the wall. It is going to hit. 19 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
In
You
the
take
meantime-
5 points of damage as you're slammed into the wall. And
In the
her
meantime-
face is next to yours as she kind of puts you and holds you there and says, I don't think you're in the position to be asking questions or even giving me riddles. You walked into my house and you're spying on me. I don't care what member of the syndicate you are or were. I have the authority here now. So I'm going to give you another chance. Who the fuck are you? Really? And why were you watching me?
Well, I was not joking when I said my name is Mirabelle the Merciless. As for why I was spying on you, let's just say I was following the trail of the Syndicate.
Oh, so I should kill you then. That's what I'm hearing. Fantastic. Come inside. The hand moves from, like, your shoulder to, like, physically around your neck. And she's gonna try and keep dragging you in the house. What are the rest of you doing?
Can I shoot?
I was gonna say, please let me say what I want to say first.
What did you want
Okay.
to
I was gonna say, like, because of how long this interaction has been, is there a possibility that individually we've all been able to do our own thing? Because I feel like, personally, because I don't like close-up combat, can I have made my way a little bit more back? Give myself a little bit more distance.
Yes, but you are right next to the hilt, who is on high alert, so you're gonna need to make a stealth check.
Okay. If you roll another natural 20, I'll kill
I
you
rolled pretty
myself.
fucking high. I rolled pretty fucking
shit.
high.
I rolled pretty. It's the second best I can do.
You get advantage, right? Because you're invisible.
Yeah, you did get advantage.
Oh, no. Yeah. Well, I don't know how best the other one would be. Nope, that's not. It's second best. It's the second best I could do is a 25. It's the second best because without a natural 20. Don't tell me I needed a natural 20 to get out of this.
No, it's a tie.
Oh, Jesus Christ! What is with these ties?
I don't know, I was rolling shit for everyone else's perception checks, and now I'm rolling really good for the hilt. Everybody else was like, nah, you could be a fucking... You could run through with, like, a fucking, flare gun right now, and they wouldn't notice you. I was, like, getting 1, 1, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2. I was like, God, this is horrible, and now I'm rolling, like, 19, 19, 20, 20.
Just to give some background, all Rhett's doing is got his one hand on a gun, one hand on his earring, about to, like, doesn't know how this is gonna work.
Nev is just standing on the windowsill. Wait, because we're, like, right next to this window, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nev is,
Rhett was trying.
Nev is, like, invisible, kind of just, like, floating basically in the windowsill with the gun pointed right at the hilt's head.
Jack, question. If I draw a weapon, does that null my invisibility?
Drawing a weapon, no. But you could make noise.
Okay, Aurora... Can't... I don't know if I'm well,
what happens with me?
Here's what happens.
Do I need to make another roll?
The hilt goes to drag you inside, and it's like, gonna do it. And, like, drag you inside and kill you. Like, you can see that the longsword is now, like, in her hand. And then she pauses for a minute, looks towards the door and goes, did you come here alone? Or are there friends outside waiting for you? And, you see this, like, pulse come off her It's like a gold pulse, and it goes outwards.
Ah, shit.
Uh-oh.
Mirabelle,
Did I make enough distance?
you have this like sudden realization. You feel like an essence and a part of you kind of like pull a little bit. As she uses an ability that I will mark off. And I believe, oh wait, hold on.
How much distance was I able to get
what
with my
distance?
stealth chest? Even though that she caught like something, so a whiff of something. What distance did I get?
Yeah, how far
Because I was
from-
trying to actively go like basically on the wall across, like from where that little ledge is.
Sorry, no, she's not gonna do that because I'm stupid and, that is not gonna work on Mirabelle, so she wouldn't do that because she's not dumb. I'm dumb. Never mind. She's gonna go, did you come here alone or did you come here with friends? And you better be honest with me. Because I would really like to know what the hell is going on here.
And what if I were to tell you that I did come with friends?
I would tell you this is about to make for a very interesting confrontation. But I would also tell you that I'm very good at killing several people at once.
I suppose you and I have something in common then in that regard.
Glad you think so. Pulls a hand and like in the grapple is gonna like hold the sword not far from your neck. Okay, we're going to make this very easy. You're all going to step into the room right now and you're going to remove your invisibility. Chop chop! Or her pretty little head gets cut right off her shoulders.
Aurora is going to step into the doorway and
Never's gonna shoot her.
draw.
No!
Okay, Meg!
Alright.
I asked what I was doing!
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, yeah,
You
Swolf
gotta
did have
let
something she
people
was
do
doing.
the-
What were you gonna do, Swolf?
Alright.
Okay, so Aurora is going to this first say, just let her go. We don't mean you any harm. But then as she says that, she's going to do a very dumb thing. Step into the doorway. I don't know if she can she mentally drop the invisibility spell or
Yeah, it's at will. You can
Okay.
drop it.
she's gonna do it as she draws her glaive. It just stands in the doorway is like, just let her go.
Can I know how far I got now as red? Can I get an answer to
you
this
can move-
before I
you can-
do anything?
It's your movement speed, so you can go back 30 feet.
Okay, so I wanted to be a good, decent distance. Okay,
But
and
I'm gonna
Rhett's
warn
going
you,
to-
it's around a door frame, so if you walk back 30 feet, you can't see what's going on inside. Because it goes like
No,
this,
I
the door
was-
comes around. Like that. Like if you look at my hands, they're going like the
I
door's
don't.
here,
I wish I
and
had
you
the
move
map because all
backwards.
I wish I had the map because all I remember
Yeah,
seeing
we
was
can see
that
the map. I think that
all
might
I
help a
remember
little bit.
all I remember seeing was that there was a platform where we were all in front of like this door window, and then there's a middle section, and then across the way is the rest of the wall.
So-
I wanted to be over there, so I can
So-
I'm in direct line of sight of what's going on, but I'm across the way.
So you guys were all sitting here. That's gonna take you like way more than 30 feet to get that way.
But they had a whole conversation the entire time.
Yeah,
you know what I
it's
mean?
standing
Like,
in front of the
taking
doorway.
it's taking the
we-
place
we
of one
didn't
turn.
just-
You have to move stealthily. Remember, you're moving
Yeah.
slowly to back up. That's I think.
that's
like,
what my
I
that's
think
what my
that's, like,
25
60
was.
feet.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like this
Okay.
since Mirabelle got caught,
10.
right? I have been wanting to move back this entire time. So I've been wanting to slowly move away and gain that bit of distance while still having eyes.
5. Okay, so 2, 10, 15, 3, 5, 30, 30. It's a hard shot if you're thinking about shooting with your gun. That's gonna be like a rough shoot through the door. Cause look at how little sight you have there. Cause it's only a 5. It's only a 5 by 2 door.
I'm not trying to shoot. I just want to be in line of sight to where I don't like they're not just gone.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, sure, you can stand
Yeah.
there, no problem.
So
You can see,
okay,
but
so then-
you're way out of the way. Like you're
Okay.
back.
And
Okay.
okay, and so
because I don't
So
do
where-
good with
So you step.
Otherwise-
So you step inside. You step inside. You remove your invisibility. She kind of like cocks her head a little bit.
Can as I can before anything happens more, can I like sneakily start my message and be like, really, darling, we're not here for any trouble. I swear.
So you
He's
kind
got
of
his
like,
hands up. He's got his hand up with the gun though, but he's got,
okay.
you know, unless you make any harm. And he slowly like puts the gun in his holster.
And that's the message that you cast?
Yep, because now, I send that message. Well, I'm saying it out loud to
Yeah, and
her,
you cast it to...
but I'm sending it to Viz.
But you're sending it to Viz. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Viz, you
Yeah.
hear that in your head, you realize your friends have been compromised.
That's the noise he makes. That's the noise he makes.
Let's flop it, Cecilia!
And you and Cecilia are a distance away. Like, you're in the barracks, which
Ooh.
is like a bit of a distance.
Yeah.
He starts like grabbing Cecilia, like, wake up, wake up, wake up.
I
mean, I can feel things, right? I just can't see and hear.
Yeah, you feel Viz shaking you.
You're just being like shaken awake.
Yeah. And then I'll come out. What?
And he puts his like hand over his mouth like a noise, and he's like, they've been spotted.
Okay. Where are they?
I don't know. They just told me.
You don't know shit.
Okay. Should we leave Sketch here?
What are we gonna do?
We can tuck her into one of the beds.
we could use her as a shield.
I don't think I can carry her.
Yeah, neither can I.
Maybe the two of you together can like firemen carry her.
Let's put Sketch on.
Can
I not
Can we get at Bernie's?
I love that we left the two strength dumps together.
With the unconscious body.
Reveal myself and try to get back to them. Like, is that a...
You don't know what's going. You only know what's going on in front of you because you're invisible and you're with the whole group right now. So you don't know that they're struggling.
Can I leave the group? Because Coraline is low-key, like, mentally like, okay, this is getting a little too much.
If you leave out of the way, you need to make a stealth check, and this is just a straight stealth check because she now knows you're there. And she knows that there's invisible people, so she's listening for you.
Oh, okay.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh,
Don't
God.
do it!
Okay,
Do what
Just
you
stay,
want to do.
like,
Do you want to go ahead, make a stealth check. If that's what you want to do and you want to back up, go for it.
Okay. What's my stealth modifier? What's that? Okay, that's a +4. The only way I don't even know if I would beat that with a 24, but we'll see. Okay, 17 +4.
So 21.
Yeah.
There's a moment as you like step back and you begin to start like moving. You're like now like kind of kicking along and you feel your boots kind of skidding back because you're like this is a lot. Like you're kind of thinking, do I go get help? Like what's going on here?
Wait, Julia, did you roll that at advantage?
It's
No,
not.
she doesn't have advantage because
The hilt knows you're there.
Oh, right. Sorry, my bad. You just said that.
It's you only roll stealth with advantage if you're trying to like sneak past someone and they don't know you're there. Like once that starts coming up. It's
sorry.
Yeah.
You just said all that. My bad.
It's okay. That's like I'm like homeruling that based on the fact that she knows that there were people watching her and she's now listening to see how many there are. You kind of feel Mirabelle, you feel the arm tighten around your neck as she goes, "How many of you motherfuckers are there? All of you now, step out!"
How did she react to when I did when I like showed myself?
She met you with like almost like a challenging expression. Like she saw you and went like, "Oh, this is a challenge." Like it's almost like she was sizing you up.
I guess Neb just kind of like, ugh, jeez, and then like reveals herself, just kind of leaning on the windowsill, like with the. It's really jarring to see just a tiny woman with a big gun that's like twice her size.
Fair.
Happy?
Extremely. I'm
We don't
assuming
mean
this
any
is.
harm.
Oh, I doubt that very highly. There are several people who would be very happy to have my head, and I am going to go ahead and assume that you're one of them. So,
No.
We
Not
are not.
really.
We found ourselves here. We will leave. That is what you want.
We're here for a very, very, very different issue.
Well, you've made a very stupid mistake. Because you see, I have a reputation to uphold. And that is to kill anybody who comes into this territory or anybody that interferes with the mission. And make sure that they don't come back.
Does your reputation outweigh someone by the name of Ginny?
Make a persuasion check.
Damn.
Yeah.
With advantage.
Oh my god!
Ginny and the hilt fucked. I know it.
I need a
Got
better
him.
roll. Advantage,
Got
you
him.
said?
Advantage! Advantage!
Oh,
calling
I need a
it
better
right
roll than
now.
I need a better roll than what I just rolled a 1. Okay, I'm standing. All right.
Come on, breathe. You got this. You got this.
Okay. Second best again. It's a 19, and I know it's a 6 usually, so it's another 25.
25?
Because it's a 6, and then it's a 19, so plus add those.
There is a tense fucking silence. Like a tense silence.
Rhett's back of the neck is sweating, like, I hope this is a good idea.
Aurora is just staring at the hilt and Mirabelle.
Nev just leans over to Coraline like, if we end up all surviving this, I'm still gonna be dead.
Reveal
because you just-
myself.
She
did it?
knows kind of you're there because she heard your footsteps.
She knows I'm there, but I am still trying to keep this as long as I
Mirabelle.
possibly
Okay,
can.
fine. Then I
Mirabelle.
lean over to Rhett and I say, I'm like, okay.
I'm across the way. I don't know where you're
Rhett's
coming from. Me,
fucking way back.
I lean over to Aurora, jeez. And I'm like, even if we survive this, Sketch is 100% gonna kill me.
Oh my God.
Mirabelle, the arm around your neck for just a second loosens.
Take the bait. Take the bait. God.
I think the moment she feels the arm loosen, she's going to attempt to try to slip free and back away.
You slip free and attempt to back away. As you do, it's instinct. The sword goes to go into your back. And we're gonna pick this up in the next arc.
No! That's such a shit. Oh, fuck.
Because
I don't even
Why
get
gotta
to
go
know
do
my
that?
roll effect.
Jinky, Cecilia, we gotta shove Skets under the bed.
because
We gotta go help our friends.
because that
Okay,
is
what are we doing?
that is in a very tense moment with emotions running very, very high. That is a threat. And she's going to react instinctively to that and try
Wait,
and-
what? A threat? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what?
The second Mirabelle loosens the grip, she thinks she's been tricked, so she's
Okay.
gonna try and attack you guys. But we're gonna pick that up next
Fine.
time. Well, that was fun.
Okay.
Well, at least I had a good idea.
Wait, we gotta wait until next arc, you said?
Yeah.
Next arc. To figure out
We
what
just start that.
Right, you're evil.
is going
We just
on.
start that arc and
guys.
it's like, hey guys, there's a sword
6
straight through
months from
Mirabelle now.
I mean, unless you want me to roll and see what happens. You know what? No, we're gonna end the arc with a
Let's
little more
leave
flavor.
it.
You want me to leave it?
Just leave
Oh,
it.
well, it's okay.
Okay, we can leave
Okay.
it.
You wanna
Yeah.
add a little more flavor?
Add more flavor.
Add more flavor?
Mirabelle is
One.
dead.
Am I leaving the arc as it is, or am I adding a little more flavor? What do we want?
Add a little more flavor.
Mirabelle, roll
Add more
initiative.
flavor.
Oh my god.
Just
Just
Mirabelle?
Mirabelle.
Just Mirabelle.
Damn, I want to shoot.
Hang
I
on,
was
give me a
so-
second. My D20 just went flying.
Bang, bang.
I was so anxious.
It's like, oh,
I'm gonna put my bullet dice back.
Yeah, we're gonna end this with a little more flavor because I physically don't think I could sleep with the intensity that we're at right now. This is a tense scenario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sketch is also fully unconscious, which I think is really funny. I just, you know,
We went on this mission for them, and now they're just like,
And they're the first person to pass
We're
out.
literally the whole reason we're here.
uh-huh. You know, like that meme where it's, I think it's like Skyrim, where you like wake up,
oh, you're awake.
you're awake, it's gonna be Sketch.
yeah.
It's gonna be Sketch and Nev.
Yeah. Again, all while this intense scene is happening, Viz and Cecilia are shoving Sketch under a bed.
She's
And
We're
like,
like, what the fuck? What
rushing out of the room.
She's like, don't,
Mirabelle.
like, don't fall asleep.
Mirabelle.
You're just like,
And all
Yes.
At the end
only
of
thing
this-
resting.
At the end of the
Sorry.
scene, which we'll roll initiative for, but we're gonna have the first 2 moves be decided by Mirabelle and the Hilltier, because this is what kicked off that interaction. And it seemed fine, and then all of a sudden, there was like a conflict going on because Mirabelle tried to wiggle. So,
Fuck.
Mirabelle, what did you roll for initiative?
21.
21. You go first.
Ooh.
Whoa.
What are you doing?
fuck out, get the fuck out, get the fuck out.
Disengage, run, disengage, dodge, weave, bob and weave.
Bob and weave.
Step of the wind.
Wrong class.
Multi-class.
Become a monk.
Become monk and get out of Dodge.
Right now.
The door is blocked by Aurora.
God damn it.
Damn it, big lady!
You gotta remember that.
Damn it.
The door is blocked by
Damn it,
Aurora,
my
and
big
that was a
ass.
very. I would say it didn't matter. I would say it didn't
Whoa,
matter, but that was a
whoa.
very intentional move to block the door on your end.
Oh my god.
What are you doing?
You can still get
So-
around her. You can still get around her. You're sneaky enough. You're nimble. You're a nimble tiefling.
Let Mirabelle decide what she wants to do.
So, Mirabelle is going to just slip back towards the door, back by where Aurora is. Hands are up, no weapons are drawn. You do recognize the name Ginny. Does that mean you are the same Hilt who went through Clothy to hire me to check on her during the party where the nobles recently passed?
Okay, never mind. We're not picking this up next week. Okay, we're gonna have another 5 minutes of
Sorry.
interaction here. I guess it's cool.
Sorry, I feel like this would be the best move Mirabelle would make in this
No,
moment.
it's fair.
There's
It's
no
fair.
way we're fighting.
I jumped the gun. It's cool. I thought we were going into an initiative, so I jumped the gun.
Are you
a little bit.
shitting me?
Yeah, that's what I figured
mean-
was happening.
I mean, you said Hilt was going to run sword through Mirabelle, and everyone else reacted, so...
It's like 5 against 1. Excuse me for assuming you guys would go into combat.
Well, our hands are up. Our hands are up, except
Okay,
for maybe
so
Aurora.
you
But
back
our
up, you
hand-
back up, you throw
our
your
hands
hands
are-
up. You're not walking away, you just begin speaking. The hilt, you see along the sword, flames begin to ignite along the sword as some kind of spell is casted on it. And the sword kind of just hangs at their side. I don't know anything about what Clothy told you to do. That little bastard has a mind of her own. Why are you all here? Are you here because of her? Did she do something?
Can I insight by did she do that line of like what emotion is like that? Is it anger? Is it like worry? Is it
Make an insight check.
It's okay. It's 17.
Shock. She has no fucking idea what's going on. She's been expecting a fight since you guys got here, and you keep confusing her.
It's okay. Nev's been expecting a fight too, but she keeps getting confused as well. Nev's just like, as soon as Mirabelle like started talking, Nev just, huh?
I mean, Mirabelle's trained well enough to know when caught, try to talk your way out unless fighting is a last resort, because she's more so sneak up and kill, not directly engage if it's all possible.
Yeah.
Is anyone going to explain to me what the fuck is going on right now? Because I'm losing my patience.
I'm trying to figure out what to say personally. Give me a
Well, the
second,
person
find
who
words.
orchestrated this is kind of not conscious right now.
What?
We're also we're not that's not including that. We're also friends with Ginny. First and foremost. They're back over in Gildmoor. I don't know if this is Gildmoor. but they're back over.
Yeah,
Where
where
we
the
were.
fuck are we?
What do you mean? Do you think this is Gildmoor? Of course this is Gildmoor. Where the fuck else would we be?
I
She's
don't
not
know.
laughing. I'm
We
laughing.
kind of just showed. We kind of just showed up.
We were following a shipment of Nithine, and we walked through this star cloud and found ourselves here.
God,
That's all that there is.
You are all so fucking confusing to her, but Aurora finally says something that makes sense, and she kind of... You're rebels. You're... I understand. She walks over to you, Aurora, and looks at you, and sheaths her longsword. Goes over to the
Aurora
window.
sheaths her. She sheaths her glaive and kind of shows her hands.
Steps over and looks outside at where Sickle and all of the others had just been, and listens. How many of you are there? Be honest with me, please. Don't fuck around.
There's-
My heart cannot
There's
take
four.
any more of this.
She sounds like a mom.
There's
Hey,
a total of
Cora-
8 of us.
Coraline
There's 8 of
is still invisible right now, and she doesn't know if it's safe.
There's 4 of us here. One of them is shitting her pants, terrified. But there's 4 of us here. 3 back there. And Ginny is back over in Westover.
I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I thought there's 7 of us, 8 counting Sketch.
5 of us here.
They're not including Viz and Cecilia. Make a
Wait,
deception check,
I'm
please.
including. I'm trying to include. No, I'm trying to include. I'm trying to be honest. Include everyone here and the people back there.
Right.
I might have
Okay.
miscounted. That's all.
And that's what Aurora's doing too.
Yeah.
She looks out, and again, like, you can't see emotion on this person's face. It's a complete mask, like a literal metal mask. And then she looks out at where Sickle had left, sheaths her sword, and goes, "All right, get inside. Shut the door, quickly."
Yeah, I guess we go in.
Oh, cool.
Do I insight that this is dangerous first and foremost?
Make an insight check.
Are we not? Are we not gonna die? Is it?
That's a
safe
natural
yet?
20. Okay.
Does Coraline reveal herself?
This is a
23,
very,
natural 20.
very
It's safe.
confusing interaction, but at the moment, she is not going to kill you.
All right.
No, we'll take that.
All I need. We'll take at the moment. We'll take at the moment.
You walk inside, right? Do you walk inside?
Yep, we walk inside.
Coraline, do you go with them?
Did anybody tell me if it was safe yet?
No.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
safe.
It is.
Yeah, Nev motions Coraline to go inside.
Rhett's gonna like try and like do the earring thing again. As he's talking to Coraline, it is safe, and send the message to
Viz,
Viz.
Cecilia, you hear the words, "It is safe." What do you choose to do?
Oh, Sketch is half under the bed. God damn it!
Just keep going.
Jesus.
Oh my
I
god.
think we
my
just keep
goodness.
going.
This is
Why?
Well, I guess.
Like, is it safe to come out, or are they safe and don't need us?
I don't know. I don't know.
Who got the message?
Viz.
Viz, Rhett, you hear back because it replies immediately with the words you use. You hear, "It's safe." I don't know.
Go all
Alright.
his eyes that don't have pupils
Viz,
and say
Viz
it's
is
safe.
gonna cast.
It's also safe, Coraline, to come out and reveal yourself.
Viz is gonna cast message,
Recharges.
and he's gonna be like, "Catch and Fire. This is Mockingjay. Can we go out now? Should we bring Sketch with us?"
You did not. I'm dead.
Oh my god.
How many charges have I used? I've used 3.
So
okay.
much for my cool end of arc
No,
and
you can
there.
reply back. You can
I
Yeah,
did
'cause
not
I cast message.
We're gonna be doing this
Yeah.
shit for another 20 minutes. I hope y'all are aware.
Okay, so you cut.
I'm fully aware.
So you cast message back, and then Rhett's gonna roll his eyes and be like, "Coraline, it is very safe to come out right now."
You hear that, Viz, and you assume it's safe for you to come
And
out
it's
based
like
on Rhett's tone.
intense, like.
Do we bring Sketch?
I guess. I mean, if it's safe, I think we can bring Sketch out. Also, I don't think they're gonna last long as like this.
Just weekend at Bernie's them up here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to carry him.
Okay.
Okay.
This team lift it.
You each
Yeah, we're gonna
take an
team
arm,
lift
throw
Sketch.
Sketch doesn't weigh all that much. You throw Sketch over your arms and you begin to drag her out. After a couple of months, you kick open the barracks and you see the hilts, like the hilts, dressed in full metal with a mask, and all your friends kind of like walking into their house on purpose. And the hilt makes eye contact with both of you.
Are you doing eye contact?
Eye contact through the mask at both of you, like looks over and you could see is directly looking at you and goes, "What the fuck is going on? Like for
It's a very long story.
get in."
Okay.
Waddle, waddle.
Can Aurora, like, seeing that Viz and Cecilia are trying to carry Sketch in, she just walk over, pick up Sketch, and walk in?
I just realized it's extremely lopsided. Because this is
Aurora's just gonna be like, okay.
You're not gonna try and fly. You're not gonna try and fly Viz a little, just a little bit.
Oh, you could. I mean, Aurora's over here now, so
This
it's
is
fine.
this is the literal most horrific sight. Every time I plan something cool for you guys, it turns into this. I don't know how this happens every time.
Listen, you know, it's not...
Okay.
Yeah.
We do it out of love.
Just chaos. Anyways, we all get into
you all
the room.
get
We get
into the room.
eventually.
The hilts.
Just as we get into the room, sorry. This is me being paranoid.
What?
Sorry.
I love that half of us are now we can see each other so we can all see the pain that Shex is going through.
I need to come
Yeah,
into the
I love
room and
it.
see
Have I
this. I
opened
need
my
to see
mouth?
this.
You need to wild.
Last time I opened my mouth.
What?
Okay, two things.
Fucking what?
One,
Meg,
What is going on?
Continue, Ellie, please.
What?
so one. By
What?
any chance, do we see any of the hilt's hair? Is it maybe long and dark and in the brain?
If you guys would let me fucking talk, we'd get there!
What? Hey,
I'm like,
If you guys let me say a single fucking thing, we'd have been there 10 minutes ago!
You're peeking, honey. You're peeking, sweetie.
Honey, it's okay. It's okay.
you're saying.
If you guys had let me speak 10 minutes ago, we'd have been there long ago!
Then let's just go there.
Like a you issue.
The
We're
hair
having a
is
big party.
dark brown, and yes, it's in a braid.
incredible. Okay.
Fuck! Oh my god!
Okay, incredible.
I can't
That's
plan
really
anything
fucking
nice for any of you! Okay.
We love you, Shex. We love you so much.
It's
In
okay.
that case, as I
Let's breathe.
see that, I'm gonna whisper down to Viz.
Oh no.
This might be Liege Montcroy a villain. I'm gonna
This might be what? What did you say?
Liege Montcroy a villain? The name you gave me.
Jesus Christ. On a stick.
Oh my god.
Poor Shex.
It's the term that I heard someone use on Friday. Jesus, tap dancing Christ, what the fuck is happening?
Oh my god.
Alright, let's continue.
Okay.
We're in the room.
And then
Guys,
we'll go
we're
in.
in the
And
room.
then
Oh,
I'm
are we?
gonna-
Are we in the room? Are we?
Yes, we're
in the room.
Yes.
Would
Yes,
anyone
we are in the room.
else's character
Allie
like to
muted.
make a
Allie
stop at
muted.
7-Eleven? Like what's going on?
Allie muted. We're in the room. Meg muted. We're in the room.
All right. Holy motherfucking god. Okay.
We
Okay.
love you.
You're in the room. French. Oui, oui. I gotta get back in the accent because y'all threw me out of it. Okay. You get back in the room. And, the individual is, standing with their arms crossed with their mask on, watching you fucking bumblefucks just come in here with an unconscious person, all invisible, watching a very serious interaction, and you could tell
We're not all invisible anymore, except
or
Roland.
you were all invisible.
Okay,
And is now tapping her foot, going like, "What the fuck do I do with these motherfuckers?" And
Can I quickly slap Sketch with cure wounds to wake her up now that I'm invisible and it doesn't matter anymore?
roll a d100.
Oh, Give me a minute. I
Can
need
we
to...
just forget about that problem?
Well,
Roll a D100.
continue. Chef.
Yes.
Yeah, healing wouldn't have worked.
We
then, so
did it. We
wouldn't
did
work.
it. Nev forgot though.
Okay.
I want to try it.
Roll a D100.
I can't do math. That's a 15.
15.
Yes.
Sketch does not wake up, but you slap her and she kind of like makes a noise in her sleep.
Okay, cool. She's alive.
Well, you knew they were alive. You've been known they are alive.
Nev just
I
Nev just loves to double check, and definitely double check with a slap.
Anyways,
Exactly.
continue checks.
Okay, Jesus Christ. All right. The individual kind of looks at you all.
Mm-hmm.
So, I am confused, to put it plainly. And I don't feel confusion often. In fact, it's an insult to my intelligence when I am considered confused. So,
Oh, I feel that.
fantastic. Glad we have a common ground.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. I've got a very important job to do. I've had a very important job to do. And I've been doing my very important job. And all of a sudden, you have stepped out from the middle of nowhere, heard a bunch of very important things about my very important task, and I probably would have just killed you to cut any loose strings, but you just keep appearing like fucking rabbits, and I still am not entirely convinced that you're all present, but I'm going to just pretend you are. I'm going to give you exactly 20 seconds to explain. 20 seconds to explain how you got here, why you're here, and why I shouldn't kill you. And then we can talk. So, I will have one of you volunteer to speak.
Aurora's gonna
Nev's mouth.
instantly cover. Yeah, Aurora's gonna cover Nev's mouth.
They both do it at the same time.
Aurora's gonna look at Rhett.
Oh shit.
Or I mean, I can talk, but I've got the negative one
no.
modifier.
Well,
If you want, I also have information that might be useful. But I don't know. I can't remember if I told you guys the true name of the mutilator or not.
Ooh,
I don't believe you did.
I don't think so.
Who would like to speak? I want you guys to pick your best choice, and I want to hear it real fast.
what real quick before we continue, what were the things? So why we're
Oh
here?
my fucking
How
god.
we got here? Why
we got here? Why we're here?
And
And
why
we're
she
here.
shouldn't
How,
kill
why,
you.
How? Why?
And why?
And why she should?
Why you're here,
Okay.
how you got here, and why she shouldn't kill you. So I need one of you who can give the best pitch to just fucking do so.
Give us a moment.
Cecilia does have information, I will say. But I don't know if you told it to everyone else, Allie.
I
can't.
don't think.
You want
I
to
don't
take the
think-
floor, Allie?
It's also like if somebody else thinks that would be more useful.
I think it would be because
I'm just gonna make a whole joke out of it, so someone else
all-
needs to do it.
all I'm gonna say is that Sickle is a dumbass.
I'm
Okay.
gonna start talking if no one else does.
Okay, I will start talking. Cecilia will stand.
Cecilia,
she'll
you
stand
step
in front
forward.
of the
What do you
person.
say?
Yes. We are here because we came through what seems to be some sort of teleportation device back in
Westover.
the place we were Westover. That is how we got here.
Okay.
We were following them because of this person. Points to Sketch. Wanted to know things about the disappearances of Nithine crates. The reason why you should not kill us is because I believe we could be very, very helpful to you. We have a mutual friend.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
'21.
21. hilt leans back, arms still crossed, stares at you for a good long moment, and then goes, "That mutual friend is going to blow my cover if she sends idiots after me."
She did not send us after you. We did not know you would be here.
Fantastic.
In fact, until just now, we did not think the hilt was actually involved. Because our research dictates that the mutilator, the things that are being passed off as work of the mutilator, don't match up with the worship of that deity.
Well, you would be right there. For two main reasons, actually. For starters, the work being passed off as mutilator work isn't being done by a servant of the mutilator. It is being done by a servant of the Mad Prophet. And second of all, even if that work was to be done by a champion of the mutilator, it would be fraudulent work. Fraudulent work that has begun through effortless time and effortless research, but yet a cover story that keeps falling down all around her. All right. I am the hilt. Yes. But I am no champion of the mutilator. And turns around and literally turns her whole head and lifts up the back of a dark brown braid. And as she does so, Coraline and everyone else, but specifically Coraline, see a very familiar symbol tattooed on the back of her neck. Because it is a tattoo of a silver set of balanced scales. A tattoo of the Lawbearer. And she drops the braid, turns back around, and reaches up for her mask. As she does so, she pulls it off. And you see a woman with like warm tan skin, dark eyes, and these thick arched eyebrows. She has like narrow features that are like long on the sides of her face, high cheekbones that kind of like come around the front where you see like wisps of baby hairs of like dark brown hair that's kind of like come off and is like stuck to the like her forehead where she sweat around the mask. And she has a very serious expression on her face. For starters, I am a patron of the Lawbearer. And the reason I am here is because I am on a mission on behalf of my family. Formal introductions are in order, starting with all of you. I'm waiting.
I am Aurora.
Oh, we're doing this now. Okay.
You should really reveal yourself, Coraline. It's kind of getting a little tiring.
Is Coraline still invisible?
Yes.
Aurora's the only one who's given her name. Come on, people.
I gave Coraline's name! I gave
Okay,
Coraline's
she
name.
reveals herself. Finally,
go.
she's like nervous, like wave, like Coraline.
Coraline. My name
I'm
is
Nev.
Rhett.
This is my brother Viz.
And my name is Rhett. The one speaking to you is Cecilia.
And,
Cecilia Darlington.
Mm-hmm.
and I am Mirabel Perdition.
And the unconscious one is Sketch.
And I can't believe she's still unconscious, but that's fine. Well, fine. Proper introductions are in order. It's been a while since I've actually introduced myself, so bear with me. It's a bit of a mouthful. I am Lady Flora Arabella Lillian Delilah Montcroy, heir to House Montcroy and the Huntress of the East.
Does that
Hailing
anything
from
ring a bell?
Tyrosa. It's a pleasure to formally meet you. And that is where we'll end the session. And the
Oh my god.
I like that. I like that ending a lot better.
This is
Oh,
a
okay,
better
okay.
ending, but Jesus
yes.
Christ, stop.
Yeah, because now the ending's just fun and interesting and not terrifying.
I'm so sorry,
I think-
Shakespeare ruined all of it.
I think it's really funny that Sketch was unconscious for most of it, and then
They're
That's
gonna
what
wake
I-
up. The best part.
Sketch is gonna
Smart.
wake up, hopefully. Oh, I
Just be
hope
like,
Sketch
what the
wakes
fuck
up.
Sketch is gonna wake up, see what's going on, and die.
This Sketch is gonna have a heart attack.
Sketch is gonna be like, I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
Anyway, it was a little walk around of how I thought the arc was actually going to end, but I'm glad we got there. Thank you all.
Ooh, we made it, everyone! We made it!
We will pick this up the next time we play Gildmoor, and in the meantime, I'm looking forward to all of you and your predictions.
I'm gonna make a whole theory doc.
All right.
It's
This has
gonna
been
be.
amazing.
I'm so excited.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well, that was probably the most fun session so far.
Yeah,
That was
that
epic.
was the
Absolutely.
best.
God,
Oh my god.
Best.
I'm glad
We
you
should
guys
play with
had
our
fun.
cameras on more often. That's funny.
Oh my
I think it's
God.
really funny to see each other's faces. And also, I love this new feature. I love my current background. It's
It's
beautiful.
incredible.
I'm gonna turn off the
Anyways-
stream now.
Yeah. Anyways,
But-
thanks,
Oh, yeah.
stream.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Thanks,
See you in the
stream.
next arc.
We'll see you